A very good morning to you all. It is a pleasure to see so many people here and, of course, those joining us online as well for this, the second HaDEA Showcase event, highlighting EU-funded projects from across the HaDEA portfolio. I'm Jennifer Baker. I'm going to be your MC today, guiding you through what is going to be an inspiring, innovative and packed agenda. We're going to look at the results of many of the ongoing projects, contributing to, as you saw in the video, competitiveness, preparedness, but also resilience for the EU, in particular in the context of EU policy initiatives such as the Competitiveness Compass and the EU Preparedness Union Strategy. Now, we know that these EU-funded projects have real results. They strengthen innovation, they give us leadership in innovation and digital technology, in industry, in space, and also in health. And the agenda today will look at those real projects. I hope you've had a chance to look at the stands outside, because I will be urging you to do that throughout the day. We're going to hear from the people who are really working on those projects. We will see it through three panels. We will have infrastructure, innovation, and then society, each opened by a testimonial speech. So that's going to be the rhythm of the day. But we are going to start with an in-depth look at the Commission's work, as well as their targets and ongoing work within the context of these EU-funded projects. So please set your phones to silent. Don't turn them off, however, as we do want you to share your thoughts, your inspiration, and your photos of the day on the social media of your choice, and you can use the hashtag HaDEA Showcase 2026 to do that. But that's quite enough from me. I'm going to turn this over to set the scene and really whet our appetite for what's to come today to the Director of the European Health and Digital Executive Agency, Marina Zanchi. Thank you, Marina.
So thank you a lot, Jennifer, for giving me the floor and for the nice introduction. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome also from my side to all the participants here in Brussels, and also the ones connected online. I'm really very happy to see that there are so many participants in this project showcase event, devoted to two very important topics: competitiveness and preparedness. I'm particularly proud of this event because it gives us, our agency, the possibility to illustrate how the projects managed by HaDEA have a tangible impact on the ground. And I wish to thank all the speakers that are making this event possible, bringing together their diverse expertise and perspectives. A big thank you goes also to all my colleagues from the different services of the Commission, European Commission, that are working very closely to the agency. And the participation of the Directorates General of the Commission in this event is a clear demonstration of how, at European level, we are linking policy design with implementation for the management of the different funding programs. Now, you might ask why HaDEA is organizing this kind of project showcase events. And the answer is straightforward. We believe in the added value of the grants and tenders, because we are dealing also with tenders in this agency, that we are managing, since they have a strong impact and we need to promote them through events like this one. In fact, as Jennifer was saying, this is the second event of this kind. Last year, it was a very successful similar meeting with the participants, similar event that was held in Brussels on 4th February because we wanted to mark the World Cancer Day. But today, we will focus on how our projects are contributing to boost competitiveness and enhance preparedness by providing very precious feedback to key policy strategies in the European Commission, such as the Competitive Compass and EU Preparedness Union Strategy. When I say projects, I'm not just referring to the different projects that you can see in the program and where you will hear the speakers today, but I'm referring also to all the ones represented here in the audience and connected, that through their participation to this event are concretely showing the importance of the EU funding to create different communities of practice. And today, we are bringing together all these diverse projects funded by 4 different EU funding programs that are part of funding programs managed by our agency. And I'm referring in particular to Horizon Europe, Cluster 1, Health, and Cluster 4, Digital Industry and Space, Connecting Europe Facility, the Strand for Digital, the Digital Europe Programme, and EU for Health program. And each one of these funding programs is really key for both competitiveness and preparedness. Now, let me go through very quickly to these 4 main programs, I start with the first one, very well-known Horizon Europe, long history. And these programs really support the cutting-edge research, the development of new innovative technologies, and the transition from ideas to marketable products. By helping the companies, universities, the research centers collaborate across borders, these projects are accelerating innovation, and they are strengthening Europe's technological development and leadership. Furthermore, Horizon Europe supports the development of innovative tools, innovative technologies, innovative solutions that can rapidly be deployed in case of emergency. And this includes, of course, medical countermeasures, efficient health systems, emergency communication technologies, and solution for civil protection and disaster management. The second program I want to talk about is the Connecting Europe Facility program, the Strand of Digital. This program funds the deployment and upgrade of key digital networks across all the European Union. Examples are the high-capacity broadband, the fiber connection, and the 5G systems. And these networks are really essential for modern business because they enable faster, more reliable internet and data exchange, which boost the productivity and innovation, allow the companies to adopt advanced technologies like the cloud computing, the artificial intelligence, that enhance, once again, competitiveness in the global markets. And finally, this program also helps the remote and underserved regions to connect to larger markets. And by this way, they are reducing the regional disparities in the economic growth. And this point is also very important. But CEF Digital is not just only about speed. It's also about reliable and very secure connectivity. And the program invests in backbone networks and cross-border infrastructures, including the submarine and the terrestrial cables. And these investments help the European Union to have robust infrastructures in place to prevent cyber incidents and to rely on cross-border coordination during crises, since the systems are linked and they are interoperable. Now, going to the third program, the Digital Europe program. This really plays a key role in strengthening the competitiveness at European level by accelerating the deployment and uptake the advanced digital technologies across the economy and the public sector. Digital Europe concentrates on bringing digital innovation to market and into everyday use, ensuring that business and public administrations can fully benefit from digital transformation. In addition, Digital Europe program funds advanced digital skills because it's very important to have innovative solutions, innovative technologies, but we need the people who can use them, who can make the best use of them. So digital skills development, and that includes in particular the trainings for the specialists in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and data technologies, as well as the upskilling of the broader workforce. In fact, a digital skilled workforce increases the capacities of the institutions and organizations to respond quickly to crises and to adapt under pressure. And now, finally, I turn to the last program, number 4, the last of the ones I was mentioning before, but not for that least important, the EU for Health program. And this program contributes as well to the competitiveness of the European Union by strengthening the long-term sustainability of European health systems. And we saw how important it was, European health systems during the COVID-19. A competitive EU economy depends on a healthy population, efficient health systems, and a strong health industry base. And all these are core objectives of EU for Health. Furthermore, this program plays a central role in strengthening preparedness at EU level by reinforcing the Union's capacity to prevent, detect, and to respond to serious cross-border health threats and health crises. In fact, as I mentioned before, it builds on lessons learned on COVID-19 pandemic and supports a more resilient and coordinated European health union. In particular, I'm referring to the important EU for Health tenders managed by HaDEA, and show these tenders and the results show how the program enhanced the availability of medical countermeasures and critical supplies for medicines, vaccines, medical devices, and protective equipment. Now, I completed the short description of these 4 programs managed by HaDEA that we are working for. Let me stress that today we are also showcasing the synergies. And I underline the word synergies because synergies between projects funded by these programs are crucial to link competitiveness and preparedness. In fact, a strong economy provides the resources needed to invest in innovation and security. But while a sound preparedness creates a stable environment in which business and societies can prosper. In reality, synergies are embedded in the mandate of HaDEA. That's why I'm a very big fan of synergies. And in fact, we are responsible for a wide range of projects and wide range of topics which are naturally interconnected. Thus, we need to leverage the investment of the European Union and to promote the cooperation between different projects and communities of stakeholders across countries. And therefore, in today's event, we address this need for cross-sectorial collaboration. Now, to conclude, showcase event like the one of today, by pulling together the commitment and the positive energy coming from our testimonials, the project's representatives, and my colleagues from the different Commission services, are demonstrated that we can propose innovative solutions to complex challenges ahead of us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Marina, for really setting the scene and underlining the importance of today's event, which of course is reflected by so many of you being here and joining us across Europe as well. Our first of our 2 keynote speeches is coming from DG Connect. We're very pleased to have with us Director General Roberto Viola. Thank you.
Yeah, Marina, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a pleasure to be here. with all the HaDEA colleagues, colleagues from the European Commission, new that are here and online. I think showcasing what HaDEA does, it's very telling in these days. And I think that through the excellent speech of Marina, you got an idea of how important is the mission of HaDEA, how central are the projects that HaDEA is following. And let me insist on the nexus that exists between competitiveness and being prepared and being resilient. I think in the past, we were a bit, probably a bit optimistic, or some would say distracted, about the importance of this nexus. The world today is a world that is dominated by spheres of influence, and very much these spheres of influence are fueled by technology dominance. When you look at the economy of the United States, 80%, 70% of the growth is about high-tech. When you look at the economy of China, the rise of China is based on technology. And no one in the world is shy about leveraging technology in order to gain competitive advantage. So if you don't master technology, if you don't anticipate, if you are not on the edge of technology, you are not prepared. And that is the important nexus that exists. I think Europe, in the past, has been relying a bit too much with the idea that in a globalized market, interconnected market, Europe would have access, no matter what, to the source of technologies. It was just there to grab, maybe through commercial agreements of companies, to trade agreements, through the World Trade Organization, but technology was just behind the corner. Well, things have turned in a completely different way. Behind the corner, we have difficulties. Behind the corner, there are sometimes people that are not ready, to just roll a red carpet to Europe and have access to technology. So very much of our future, very much of Europe's fate is about the capacity of Europe to be resilient, in the meaning to be capable of mastering its own technological and industrial future. And that's where the mission of HaDEA and the work that HaDEA does, implementing the European programs when it comes to digital, to space, to health, it's crucial. And all the projects which are showcased, they are telling this story. When you look at connectivity, for instance, again, there's a clear nexus between competitiveness and being resilient. Unfortunately, every Christmas now becoming an unwanted tradition, there's a cable that is being cut by accident. And this, it's a kind of a sharp reminder that our economy, our society is founded on connectivity. If connectivity fails, society fails. Emergency services do not work. Logistics doesn't work in time of emergency. But also, letting apart the emergency management, in time of non-emergency, the economy runs on connectivity. That's why it's so important to have a much more resilient European backbone when it comes to connectivity and investing in new cable infrastructure. That's why it's very important that Europe, within, the larger Europe is well interconnected, but it's also important that Europe is well interconnected with the rest of the world. These are the new trading routes. These are the new routes that carry the data, the algorithms, and this is where a competitive economy these days is founded. So by having a modern wired and wireless infrastructure. And attaining these goals, we are not only, building a competitive Europe, but also a very resilient Europe. When it comes to artificial intelligence, the same nexus is present. The model of artificial intelligence in Europe is profoundly different from what you see in the United States, what you see in China. Some would say, well, we are not there. Well, I think the race, as our president said, is still open. And I frankly believe Europe is in the race. Europe in artificial intelligence has probably the largest startup community of the world. And these are fantastic companies, which are, many of them, quickly becoming unicorns that are very active in the area of language models, but also image generation, but also in defense. Let me quote as an example Mistral in France, Black Forest, Helsing. These are companies which are young, dynamic, and very successful. And they also like this because they have and they start to enjoy an ecosystem that starts functioning, I would say, quite well. First of all, Europe now is starting to enjoy the largest computing grid in terms of public computing grid of the world. We have by far the largest network of supercomputers, and now with AI factories, and in a few weeks from now we will start the procurement of the gigafactories, we will make available significant capacity, computing capacity, to startups, to companies, to public administration. And this cooperative model, this model by which public and private meet and work together, it's really what makes the landscape of Europe when it comes to artificial intelligence unique, and I'm convinced successful. And the projects of HaDEA, of course, are sitting exactly in the middle of this synergy between the public side and the private side. Because when we presented the AI continent strategy, which is the all-encompassing strategy, the first element is what we call the pyramid of AI infrastructure, which, as I explained, we have at the tip of it the very large AI compute infrastructure, being supercomputers or AI gigafactories, but at the bottom of it, we have a distributed ecosystem of digital innovation hubs that we have rebranded with AI continent, AI experience and excellence centers. These are more than 200 in Europe, and they actually connect every single SME, potentially, every single company, which is not that used to the idea that AI can be really a game changer for their own future, connect them with AI infrastructure, with AI experts, with the idea of using AI. Clearly, we are not hiding the weakness of the European AI system when you look at adoption, which is still extremely small, when you look at funding, when you look at a capital market which is not as rich, as abundant as the US one. And of course, we have quite a different model compared to the much more vertical model of China. But this diversity, this richness of the internal market, this impressive reach out to the digital innovation hubs which connect to the larger investment in infrastructure are providing, I'm sure, is a competitive advantage that over time will materialize. So when you look again at the nexus between competitiveness and resilience, I think by creating a grid of computing which is financed through public-private partnership, so it's very solid when it comes to the underpinning. You see that in some parts of the world now there's a bit of a question. Is this, all of this investment about artificial intelligence, are they sustainable? Are they just paper tigers or are they materializing? I think what we do in Europe maybe are seemingly smaller steps. I'm not convinced they are that small because billions of euros are being invested and they will be invested, but they are extremely solid. And that, again, points to the resilience that Europe is starting to build in its AI ecosystem. And then this also as a nexus when it comes to healthcare, which is one of the other founding missions of HaDEA. We have published the so-called Apply AI strategy because on one side it's very important to create this pyramid in terms of big machines, smaller machine, experience centers, digital innovation hubs. On the other side, we need verticals in terms of key applications where you can show how AI is shaping, today's society for better. And one of our flagship, it's indeed in AI, it's healthcare. Healthcare, we are these days launching what we call the experience and advanced screening centers for AI. So the whole idea is to work again in partnership. Again, you see the beauty of the European model with the hospitals and starting to roll out AI-driven screening. And this will be, I'm sure, possible, and I'm sure also successful because of the preparatory work. Let me, for instance, quote the European Cancer Image Database, which has been, a success, which went in terms of echoing in the community well beyond even the European borders. It's by far the largest database of cancer images. And now all of this can train AI, can train European models, which are reliable, safe, and they especially, and this is, the most important thing, they work together with medical teams. And again, this model of reducing the cost of screening, making it sustainable by plugging it in, AI, with the European public health ecosystem, makes it very special, and again, makes it very much into the competitive edge of the European health system, but also to the resilience and quality in terms of delivering to the service to the citizens of our society. So I think the screenings, the advanced screening centers, that they will work with automated screening of healthy population, and the intensity of AI will depend on what type of screening, and it will be, the protocols, they will be elaborated together with the doctors and the hospitals which will participate, will be really a game changer. As I hope the models that we will launch the foundational models for industry. So creating, algorithm that will actually work throughout the whole industry supply chain. We have been, and we will partner with the largest industrial groups of Europe, but also through the innovation hubs, again, with the SMEs. And the idea is that no one should actually give data, which are the precious asset, to some data collector like a large hyperscaler, but they can keep the data because this will be the algorithms which will travel, and actually, through this cooperation, create very large industrial AI models. Another flagship will be in the area of autonomous drive. I think too long we have been discussing about it. Too long we are trying to convince governments to move more boldly in this direction. With the Apply AI, we have reversed a little bit the logic. So we are launching again these days the call for what we call the ambition cities, with the idea if a city wants to start, to create an ecosystem between local startups, developers, and large companies, that they will be welcome if they invest in cities, then they should be helped to actually launch operational autonomous drive services. we had already, I mean, a number of big cities that came, and they say we are ready. I mean, one example is the city of Turin, which you know is one of our auto cities, car cities in Europe, came with the spontaneous with the application to be an ambition city. And many others in Germany, in France, in Denmark are now asking to join in. So, concluding, I would say, first of all, the nexus between competitiveness and resilience is so strong that even it's difficult to distinguish when you invest in one and when you invest in other. They are both concurring to a strong and wealthy and hopefully powerful Europe. Secondly, we have a very peculiar model. Europe does not rely on few companies that make the richness of the whole continent, but relies on a connected ecosystem of companies, of labs, of experimenters, of scientists, that they need to be connected together. And that's where the role of HaDEA is so important, because by implementing on the ground so many projects that they have this nexus, which I try to explain, they contribute all of this to this very special model, which I hope will make our HaDEA Europe stronger, more competitive, and more resistant to any shock in the future. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Roberto. And I know that during our panel discussions this afternoon, a lot of what you said will be echoed, but we'll also be bringing it really to concrete results that we're seeing from projects as well. So our second keynote this morning is coming from DG GROW. So please welcome, we are joined by Valère Moutarlier, Deputy Director General. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let me thank HaDEA and dear Marina, yourself, for inviting me to address such a distinguished and numerous audience. I understand that there are people both online and in different rooms here, and I think that the agency deserves this, because the agency has been working a lot, has been working very well. We appreciate very much your support, which basically help us to turn our competitiveness policy into real results on the ground, and this is at the end of the day what we want. I mean, less paper, more project and results. Later today you will hear firsthand from Reproduce and Syntex, two projects dealing with rare earth and manufacturing that have been financed under the industry cluster of Horizon Europe. And there are two examples of the work we've been doing with the agency in support to our energy intensive and our critical raw material agenda. Let me also mention the work we are doing with the agency in the implementation of the Critical Raw Material Act, and notably the identification of the strategic projects. As you know, we have identified 60 of them, and this is done in cooperation with the agency. Because in general, our cooperation is key. It will remain so in the context of the future and the next MFF to progress towards our objective of competitiveness and resilience. Because today, Europe's competitiveness faces unprecedented challenges in a very volatile geopolitical situation, and I don't have to comment this, especially over the weekend new development. Industry is coming under huge pressure with competition fueled by third country overcapacities, which put us in a very difficult situation. So is the unstable tariff environment in which our business are operating. Europe's supply chain also continue to have severe dependencies which put at risk our capacity to produce and to innovate. Our analysis that we will release later this month in the annual Single Market and Competitiveness Report shows that basically we remain a very strong economic powerhouse. However, our industry is exposed to energy cost, strategic dependencies, Chinese overcapacities. It also finds that decarbonization and circularity advance far less than expected, and that 20% electrification rate and 12% circular material are really not enough if we want to deliver our competitiveness compass. Under the competitiveness compass strategy, we have put a lot in regaining competitiveness, and our strategy revolves around 3 pillars. The first one is closing the innovation gap. The second one, a joint roadmap for decarbonization and competitiveness. And the third one, reducing dependencies and increasing security of supply. As regards the first pillar, I have nothing to add to what Roberto just shared with you. And I fully concur with him, both in terms of the analysis of what we should improve, but also in not being shy with what we have, what we do well, and what we will be developing and increasing. It has been a pleasure to work with Roberto over the last few years in shaping this agenda, which is now very well established and never stops growing in terms of our capacity to deliver. The second pillar is about strengthening competitiveness and decarbonization in Europe. Under the Clean Industrial Deal, the Commission has brought forward concrete initiatives to improve access to affordable energy, to foster lead market, public and private investment, to secure access to material, resources, and foster the creation of quality jobs. Important initiative already features like the new state aid framework, sector-specific action plan for metals, automotive, and chemical industries, and of course, a very important initiative, the proposal on the competitiveness, the European Competitiveness Fund. The third pillar of our strategy focuses on reducing the risk for EU's economic security arising from excessive dependencies from third countries. Europe's supply chain continues to show weaknesses in this respect, notably when it comes to components for clean technologies, raw material, and increased risk that these dependencies are weaponized. Let me underline in this context the Industrial Accelerator Act that the Commission is currently preparing. The Industrial Accelerator Act is about boosting Europe's economic security by turning the continent into a sustainable, future-oriented powerhouse. It is also about buying made in EU products. By using demand-side tools like public procurement and support schemes at national and EU level, it aims to create lead markets for low-carbon and made-in-EU industrial products, particularly in energy-intensive materials and clean tech value chains. This gives companies confidence to invest, to scale, and to innovate in Europe. In today's world, where speed is of utmost importance, the accelerator will push for digitalized, predictable, and faster permitting across manufacturing with dedicated accelerated areas in the EU. A lot is about simplifying and speeding the procedures to be able to start producing and to invest. Needless to say that the accelerator will be designed to ensure compliance with our international commitments. Openness remains a definitive feature of the European model. Europe continues to welcome foreign investment and technology partnership, but openness must also be strategic. To this end, the accelerator is planning to introduce conditions for quality foreign direct investment in the EU. These efforts towards an improved resilience will mirror what we have already been doing in the Net Zero Industry Act and in the Critical Raw Material Act. We already said critical mineral is an essential foundation of our industry, but also an essential element of our joint work with the agency. We have gone a long way in the implementation of the CRMA, with, as I said already, a first batch of strategic projects. We are stepping up the efforts with a second call just closed a couple of days ago. And with Resource EU that we adopted in December, we want to accelerate the management and the promotion of a wide project both in the EU and globally. Resource EU announcing the creation in 26 of a EU CRM center with capacities on investment, stockpiling, joint purchasing and monitoring all throughout the CRM supply chain. In addition, it plans to set a CRM financing hub that will help unlock 3 billion in funding for strategic projects. This will accelerate our capacities to improve our sustainability and autonomy in the raw material for battery, rare earth, and defense-related material by 2029. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to also say a few words on the single market. The single market is, of course, a source of growth as the domestic base for our companies. The single market is also the shock absorber and resilience driver that we all need in uncertain times. It remains our best asset to counter external pressure, and it is time to build on the strength to counter dependencies. Based on our recent single market strategy, the Commission is working with Member States to address the most harmful barriers that we have to unlock the potential for businesses being small, medium, or big businesses. But past crises, especially the COVID crisis, also expose critical vulnerability when it comes to EU's ability to maintain the supply chain open within the single market. It is our belief that the single market needs to be operational at all times. Today, with the Internal Market Resilience Act, IMERA, we would be better equipped if we compare with the situation in 2020 to manage those crises, securing supply chains and coordinate the activities of our member state. IMERA, now in force, will contribute to the Union's preparedness and ensure supply chain resilience by safeguarding free movement of goods within the single market, which is of high importance. Let me also mention another example, the Joint Industrial Cooperation Forum, a joint endeavor undertaken between DG GROW and DG ERA. Its work is based on the experience made during the crisis, the COVID crisis, once more, when supply chain for personal protective equipment, vaccines, as well as essential medicine come under stress. We have reviewed the forum's mandate with wider membership, with trade associations, research institutions, and professional associations, and it will be able to deal with the full life cycle of medical countermeasure. As you can see, a new impetus is underway to remove barriers in the single market and use the weight, the strength, the power, I would say, of the single market in our capacity to position the EU at the global scale. We will also ensure that with a renewed set of legislative initiatives when it comes to market surveillance, construction services or public procurement, the single market is enhanced and deepened for more competitiveness and more resilience. On that note, let me thank you once more for inviting DG GROW to share our results, hopes, to reaffirm our continued commitment and pleasure to work with the agency and to project ourselves in the next financial framework that will be highly demanding, but where we will be able to adjust, enhance the tools that we have for more competitiveness and resilience. And thank you very much. I wish you all a very productive and nice day and a lot of networking all together, which is, I think, also the beauty of a day like today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And indeed, connections are as important as connectivity. So we will have lots of time for networking and for checking out the stands that you will see in the foyer so that you get a real sense of all those projects that we will hear from on the stage today. But we are now going to our first plenary panel discussion, and that is going to focus on the work of the European Commission. The question we're asking for this panel is, how can the EU reconcile the priorities of enhancing competitiveness with the growing need for preparedness, particularly in the fields of digital technology, industry, space and health? So a really meaty topic and a lot to cover. And I'm very pleased to hand over the floor to moderate this discussion to Kathleen Engelbosch from HaDEA. So Kathleen, tell us what we can expect.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Also welcome on my behalf, and thank you so much for being with us today. So my name is Kathleen Engelbosch. I'm head of department in HaDEA, of an operational department responsible for project implementation in the areas of digital, industry and space. And it's my pleasure to moderate a panel today during which we will explore how competitiveness and preparedness reinforce one another. They're ensuring that Europe not only innovates and grows, but also builds the resilience and the autonomy needed. And we will look at 4 particular areas: digital, industry, space, and health. Indeed, one of the priorities of the Commission proposal in the next MFF, the next multi-annual financial framework, is to drive prosperity via competitiveness, research and innovation. And the new R&I framework program, we call it FP10 in the meantime, the new competitiveness fund, they are expected to invest substantially in strategic technologies, from AI to space, from clean tech to biotech, and this all to benefit the entire single market, as recommended by the Letta and Draghi reports that you probably all know too well. At the same time, President von der Leyen noted in her 2025 State of the Union that European independence and autonomy depends on staying competitive in a fast-changing and challenging world. And recent crises and the current geopolitical context have shown how risky dependencies can be in areas such as raw and critical materials, access to secure space, infrastructure, vaccine, responsive health system, chips, cloud, secure connectivity, and so on. So this is why building preparedness and resilience to face these new challenges have become essential, and the key challenge is exactly to find the right balance between them. So with this in mind, I would like to welcome our speakers, panelists, and I'd like to invite them to come and take their seat, please. Up here, thank you. So these are colleagues from various Commission DGs with whom we are working very closely together on a daily basis. I think Marina already has explained very often that we are actually an implementing body, we're an executive agency, and we implement part of the programs that the colleagues sitting here helped to design within the European Commission. So I'd like to present the speakers, and I'm doing this in alphabetical order. And I start with Camilla Klock. Camilla is director at DG Connect. DG Connect standing for Communication Networks, Content and Technology. And she is responsible for the digital decade and connectivity. Then I present Madalina Ivanica. Madalina is the Deputy Head of Unit in DG GROW, the DG for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs, and she is dealing with raw materials and energy-intensive industries. Then we have Maya Matthews with us. Maya is the Head of Unit in DG Santé, the DG for Health and Food Safety, responsible for health technology assessment in the directorate that deals with digital, EU for health and health systems modernizations. Susanna Mazanova is Head of Unit in DG Defense, Industry and Space, responsible for the space single market in the directorate that deals with secure and connected space. Then we have Laurent Michel. Laurent is the Director and the Deputy Head of HERA. HERA is the Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority. And then last, but definitely not least, we have Doris Schrucker. Doris is the head of unit of DG RTD, responsible for industrial research, strategy and coordination in the Prosperity Directorate of the Directorate General for Research and Innovation. And without further ado, I propose that we start straight away, and I'm going to sit with the members of the panel. Can we have the mic? Yes, okay, thank you very much. So my first question is for you, Susanna. So can you please grab a mic? So we all know, we've heard it, defense and security are high on the political agenda, with space-based technology and services playing a very central role. They clearly strengthen the EU's strategic autonomy, and therefore EU investments in defense and space have been increasing over the years, and they're expected to both serve or support civilian and military needs because they have inherently a dual-use purpose. So in addition, the European Commission has been over the years funding some world-class space-based infrastructure and services, and mostly within the RNI framework program. So the question is, Susanna, could you please elaborate more on the EU space program, and then in particularly also on its related research and development and innovation initiatives? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today with you at this panel. So I'm Zuzana Mazanova. I'm in charge of, among other things, also space research in the European Commission. And when it comes to the EU space program, maybe those of you who are not so much aware, EU space program is an integrated program of the European Union for space policy. It actually has and provides data and services that are absolutely necessary for our economy and our security here in Europe. We have services in the area of Earth observation, satellite navigation, satellite communication, and also space awareness. Concretely, just a little bit of introduction, we have the Copernicus program. So this program provides Earth observation data that are necessary, for example, for monitoring of climate change or for agriculture. These are used also for environment. In the area of satellite navigation, we have our own European global satellite navigation system called Galileo that provides services to more than 4 billion people daily. Then in the area of satellite navigation, we are developing our last flagship program. So it's a flagship program called IRIS². It will provide secure satellite communication services to European Union, to our member states, to our governmental users, and at the same time also provide broadband internet to public and private companies. So this is currently under development. And we are also monitoring space in order to know what kind of objects they are, and for this we use so-called space surveillance and tracking service. So these are different sensors which are on Earth and also in space that are monitoring the objects which are in space and then providing services, for example, to spacecraft operators or owners that then know where these objects are and then can take necessary, for example, collision avoidance measures. And all these different services of the space program would not be possible without having research and development, research and innovation that is at the base of the space program. It has been more than 20 years that we have been working on developing the space program. Research is a basis for this, and it remains to be a basis for this program also today, because we need to not only, of course, develop different satellites, but also work on their improvements, so work on the preparation of next generations of satellites. Why this is important? It is important because we need to be sure that we have, as it was mentioned by previous speakers this morning, that we are resilient and that we definitely have our own capabilities in Europe, that we are able to deliver this, that we are not dependent on others. So when it comes to research and innovation agenda, then our first objective is to make sure that we are developing and making sure that we have an evolution of our own space services that are owned by the EU, of our own EU space program. So this is number one, so developing our own next generation space capabilities. Then we also have to look into new capabilities, those that we have not yet developed, that we need to develop. So this is, for example, in-space operations and services. This is an area that is currently under development. We see a lot of interest, and then we are also having, through Horizon Europe, a number of projects launched that will then deliver on this objective of having the possibility of being able to have operations in space, such as, for example, servicing of other satellites or refueling of other satellites. So this is definitely an area that we see that will need to develop in the future. The third area in which we need to work on and which we are relentlessly working on is access to space. What does it mean? It means that we need to have launchers, our own launchers, European launchers. We have, of course, Ariane and Vega launchers, but we need to work on new propulsion systems. We need to support innovation in this area. So that is why we definitely are supporting access to space as our priority. And I would like to, as a fourth point, I would like to mention that we also need to work on critical technologies. These are technologies that today we identify that are critical for the development of the space systems, and therefore we need to work on them from very basic research to also to higher TRLs to be sure that we are having these critical technologies for our space systems. And just to conclude, I would like to say that none of this would be possible without the great help of HaDEA colleagues, because there are a number of activities that are directly developed and implemented by colleagues in HaDEA, and through this I would like to thank them very much, because we have a great cooperation, and with your direct involvement, this is how we make this project possible. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Susanna, for this comprehensive overview. Space is a topic that continues to speak to our imagination also in space, and that's why we're very happy to have this topic in our department. Camilla, I now turn to you. I think there's no doubt about it after we've heard Roberto Viola speaking that Europe needs to accelerate the digital transformation in order to be more competitive, in order to be better prepared. So could you please highlight the main pillars of the digital decade strategy? And can you tell us, do you believe, Camilla, that Europe is really reaching its objectives? And what role can the executive agency play in this context? Please, Camilla.
Thank you, Kathleen. Good morning, everyone. Maybe just briefly also to say that we are working very closely with HaDEA. So I also want to make a connection with colleagues here. I'm responsible for Digital Decade and connectivity. Digital Decade is indeed our guiding principles, objectives and targets, how we look at digital transformation and how we would like to invest, which is also something that I want to mention when I reply to more detailed question from Kathleen. But also very importantly, we work on everyday basis, the team that is here of Franca Cordini, with HaDEA, with Kathleen, with Hervé. So we are in very, very close contact, and we are basically working to achieve the connectivity targets and make sure that connectivity, including very strategic connectivity like submarine cables or indeed related to satellites infrastructure, is fulfilled. So big thanks to all colleagues, because it's excellent cooperation. Now moving to my second pillar, Digital Decade. Yes, the Digital Decade strategy was adopted in 2020. I would say I will not go into details, but I wanted to say that it's quite unique governance structure where together with Member States Commission is moving and monitoring towards achievement of digital targets and objectives in this strategy. So it's quite well-designed governance where we work very closely with Member States. And we have designed 12 main targets under this digital decade, under four main pillars. These pillars are infrastructure, which is super important. That also includes connectivity, but also other infrastructures, digital infrastructures that are important. Then we have a pillar which is dealing with adoption of modern technologies by business, so basically digitalization of business. The fourth pillar is related to digitalization of public services. And last but not least, because it's super important, the fourth one, the last one, is very much related with skills. And both ICT skills to have specialists that can really develop these technologies and implement them, but also basic skills of population to make sure that we can all benefit from what we are trying to achieve. If you ask me where we are monitoring now for 4 years. We have issued the third report last year, yearly where we are. Plus, we are also basing our assessment on the national roadmaps that we received from member states, and we work closely with them to adjust these national roadmaps, which are basically contributing to how the member states want to contribute to the EU targets. The picture is mixed, I would say, in terms of where we are. I would say in terms of the digitalization of public services, EU in general is moving quite well. Some member states are, of course, front runners, some are a little bit behind, but in general, the focus on digitalization of public services in last years had been so strong that indeed here we are catching up. Where we have problems, I would say the most importantly is the skills, in particular the ICT skills, when we are really behind, and with current projections we'll really not achieve the targets by 2030. We'll have to go far beyond that, and this is the essence of the digital transformation. We need these people to drive the digital transformation. So this is a problem, and we are working closely with other DGs because it's also about education, it's about opportunities. This is something where we need to work closely together. Also basic skills really vary, and this is the adoption of everything what is coming from the digital transformation, which is very important, and that's also where we have to work closely. It's the pillar which is also tricky is digitization and uptake of technologies. For example, we have one of the targets which relates to uptake of artificial intelligence, which is clearly the technology which you really will need to use in the future. And here the targets are showing us that we are really lagging behind. So Europe is not doing sufficient uptake. This is also why we came recently with our strategy to boost AI into different industries and sectors to make sure that we move forward. On the infrastructure side, I will mention connectivity because this is the closest to my heart. We have also here a mixed picture. We are quite well advancing in terms of basic connectivity. So, for example, if you look at the combination of 4G and 5G, or rather 5G built on 4G, it's not so bad. But if you really look at the 5G kind of standalone infrastructure, not supported by 4G, but the 5G that we'll need in the future, or even now, here we are really lagging behind, and we need to progress faster. On the fixed networks, a bit of similar picture. If you look in general, Europe is lucky. Our citizens basically have access to the internet. But in terms of, again, looking towards future, it's not based on fiber. In some member states, yes, they are progressing very fast, but on average, we will not reach in the EU full fiber, full gigabit connectivity by 2030. I think the projections are that we'll need time, if nothing changes, until 2051. So it's really very long time. So that's a bit about where we are in terms of targets. Now, very quick link with what we are doing here and the role of agency. Digital Decade Policy Program would be reviewed this year. We will look into targets, we'll look into objectives, we will look into the governance, so it's also very important here. The consultation had been launched and I think closed before Christmas, if I remember correctly. However, what is linked with this review is also significant importance of Digital Decade Policy Program under next MFF. There are three elements where the Digital Decade Policy Program will play important role as a framework or as a compass for investment. One is we are, of course, part of the performance framework, so how the investments will be assessed with many Digital Decade targets reflected there. Second thing, we are, of course, also very important for the digital window under the ECF, so European Competitiveness Fund. And this will be very important guiding principles how we invest in digital. Last but not least, Digital Decade Policy Program, among other frameworks like European Semester, would be the guiding principle for the national plans. So it will remain very much in the heart. We really want to make sure that investments, financing is made in targeted way, in coordinated way, together with member states, according to the Digital Decade goals and objectives that we agreed together with the Council Parliament in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camilla. So I understand we still have some work to do, but I think it's fair to say that we're well on the way. And the Digital Decade, if you haven't read it, there is really something in it for everyone. So please have a look. I now have a question for Maya. So Maya, at the end of 2025, I believe the 16th of December, the European Commission adopted a big health package. And it focused on 3 areas. There is a proposal for an EU Biotech Act. There is the Safe Hearts Plan to address cardiovascular diseases. And then there is the proposal for a revision of the medical device regulations. So Maya, could you please explain to us how these initiatives in these 3 areas support competitiveness and preparedness in the EU? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. And firstly, I would also like to thank HaDEA and Marina for this invitation. I think what we're seeing here, 6 Directorates General of the Commission all sitting on the same panel to discuss 2 cross-cutting topics of competitiveness and preparedness is quite remarkable. But it also shows the environment that we're working in today, one of urgent collaboration and innovation. And I hope I will be able to, in 4 minutes, give you a quick rundown on these new initiatives that were adopted by the Commission on the 16th of December at the end of last year. So let's start with the Biotech Act, and I think this resonates very much with the keynote by both keynote speakers about the importance of really harnessing and catalyzing the amazing scientific brains and expertise that we do have in Europe. So the biotech sector is thriving, but what we need to do is to try to change the scientific endeavors into market successes. And so the Biotech Act is really putting forth several proposals, but also really kind of a wake-up call that we really need to act now in Europe. We heard about the competition, the geopolitical situation, and so what we're trying to do is to boost the environment, the biotech environment, by simplifying regulation, specifically in the clinical trials regulation, to really provide a more predictable and innovation-friendly framework for biotech. We also need to look at financing and investments, because what we've seen is that we really need more capital investment to try to boost the work of scale up the startups and companies that are there, but too often when they're nearly going to reach their peak of success, they move to another continent. So how can we, as we heard in the keynote speeches today, really keep the expertise and the success in Europe? And we're going to do that, as I said, through simplifying some regulations, through increasing and boosting access to capital, through partnering with the European Investment Bank, and also by identifying some strategic projects that will have high impact results quickly. And here, I think AI, as we hear, I think everyone will mention AI today, but we need to see how we can really use and harness the excellent AI startups that we have in Europe today, but also, as I said, for the success of biotech. As well as, and I think we'll be hearing that from my colleague next to me, defense and bio threats. How can we also use biotech to really make sure that we don't have threats and shocks, or at least how we address them? And here as well, I think it's important to note that it's nearly 6 years since the COVID pandemic started, and it was a huge wake-up call for all of us about the importance and the connection that health has in all different spheres of work and sectors. And here again, we will also be proposing a targeted evaluation, which we did for the medical devices and in vitro diagnostics, because this is another sector where there is a huge amount of SMEs and huge amount of employment. Nearly 1 million, just under 1 million employees in Europe are working in the medical devices sector. And again, what we need to do, and I think we heard that as well from the DDG of DG Grow, about how can we address the barriers to success. And so the medical devices proposal that we adopted looks at simplifying rules, reducing administration, administrative burden, while also keeping the high safety and quality standards. Because I think it's an important point that we are talking a lot about competitiveness, we're talking a lot about simplification, but we also need, and I think it's a very important principle, that we need to stay true to the very important safety and quality standards that we have in Europe. That this is something that we should all be very proud of. That within Europe we have very high safety and quality standards in healthcare, in health systems, in health products, and also food and lots of other items. And this is a principle that we need to still stand strongly with. So the medical devices proposal will simplify, but keeping safety standards high. And by doing this, we will be able to increase the competitiveness. And then the third proposal, and here I think it's also important, this is the nexus between the competitiveness and the preparedness, because in Europe we have an aging population. We need to make sure that our population is healthy. We are very lucky that we do have universal health coverage, that we have health systems that might be struggling, but they are efficient, and we are working very much to invest in our health systems, but we also need a healthy population. And one of the biggest causes of death in Europe and disability is heart disease. And so at the end of December, we adopted a Safe Hearts plan, which really looks at how to prevent. There's a lot of focus on prevention and screening. We heard from DG Viola about the importance of screening and how this can also reduce the burden and cost in health systems. Because if you can already address issues like high blood pressure, high cholesterol before you need hospitalization, I think we can all agree that that's a win-win. So this new Safe Hearts plan also uses new digital tools and AI to try to look at health checks. So it's quite innovative, and I think it shows how by also investing in more personalized medicine, being more competitive, but also very importantly improving the health of people in Europe. And I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maya, for enlightening us on these initiatives. And I think indeed we can be very proud in Europe at what we're doing. So thank you for this. My next question is for you, Laurent. If you can please grab the microphone. And this is a question you're probably not surprised about, the EU preparedness strategy that was adopted by the European Commission in March 25, and which is setting a key framework for strengthening the Union's ability to anticipate, to prevent and respond to future crises, ensuring a secure and resilient Europe. So the question is, how does DG HERA's work contribute to delivering on the EU preparedness strategy main objectives, and what concrete actions is DG HERA already taking now? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. I'm not so sure we should be so much proud about what Europe is doing. I think it's time to wake up. You see what's going on with Greenland. We are weak. We always give up. It's time to show that we have leverage. It's time to get better prepared. We are weak on defense. We are weak on telecom. We are dependent on the digital. What happens if the US cuts our networks? You know, internet. We don't have the infrastructure. Social media. Where are they in Europe? So let's face it. We are really dependent these days. COVID-19 was also a wake-up call. We had export ban from India. So we suddenly realized that we are completely dependent on APIs from India and China. We are, if there's a next crisis, war with Ukraine, we are completely dependent on the United States. And okay, we are increasing our spending, but will that be enough? So we have leverage. We should not also think that we don't have leverage, but we have to be realistic. And on that basis, we need to act fast. And that's what we are doing with the strategy on preparedness. And that's what we are trying to do in HERA with the specific focus on medical countermeasures to make sure that we have the medical countermeasures that we need when we face the next crisis. And medical countermeasures that can be also of dual use. In case of war, we need a lot of medicines. So what we have done is last July we have adopted a strategy, medical countermeasure strategy, to be better prepared. And what we try to do is to have an end-to-end approach from threat analysis, intelligence gathering, or horizon scanning, to the support of research and development, the support then of manufacturing, and at the end of the process, once you have the product, stockpiling and procurement. So we cover the whole chain. And we do that mainly through Horizon Europe and EU4Health with the great support of HaDEA. And I want to thank Marina and the team for doing such a great job. So in terms of examples of what we are doing, in the field of threat assessment, we have some projects like Durable, which is a network of 19 the best research institutes in Europe, laboratories, academia, which is coordinated by Institut Pasteur, and I see someone from the Institut Pasteur here, who help us to, who is our kind of advisor of what we need to do in terms of biological threat, in terms of what type of MCM we should invest in. We have also, in terms of threat analysis, built an infrastructure of wastewater surveillance. So we have put more than 100 million euros on support in the infrastructure for wastewater surveillance so that we can early detect the rising pathogen and prepare our response. In terms of response, we have just launched last May the European Vaccine Hub, and Donata is here, and I think she will speak this afternoon, so I will not focus too much on that. But we also bring the best vaccine developer together in Europe to get the prototype vaccine that we need for the future. And we will do the same for diagnostics and therapeutics. So we have planned to launch this also for diagnostic and therapeutics. And then for stockpiling, we have built a European stockpile of 1.3 billion euros of medical countermeasures. So in case of crisis, we can deploy them. And we have some initiative together with HaDEA to train the member states so that there is cross-border cooperation in case of crisis. So we are covering the whole spectrum. Is it enough? It's not enough, but I think we are at least on a good track. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laurent. Your words definitely help to keep us grounded by giving a more realistic context. And indeed, we have received many wake-up calls recently. I have to agree with this. Madelina, I'm now moving to the industry part. And Valère, Moutarlier already touched upon it. My mic, yes. So the Commission will soon adopt, I believe on the 28th of January, the Industrial Accelerator Act. So could you tell us, maybe could you develop a little bit further, what are the main objectives of this Industrial Accelerator Act and how EU-funded and co-funded innovations could contribute to these objectives? Thank you, Madelina.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to say that I fully concur with what Laurent was just saying, in the sense that we need to be stronger and stay strong in Europe, and that we need to work on, well, from our perspective, on strengthening our competitiveness, on reindustrialization of Europe, while at the same time continue working on our decarbonization goals. So from this perspective and having this in mind, the Commission proposed that we'll adopt an Industrial Accelerator Act, precisely that we need to be faster now, have better tools and actions that will help us get better and become an important player in the world. Now, Valère has already mentioned main parts of the Act. I will just bring them up again, pointing out to you as the Act is now being developed and we are last days before adoption, which is expected towards the end of the month. I can point out the fact that one of the main elements of the act is that it will propose a low carbon made in Europe. So they will have requirements when it comes to public procurement and public support schemes. And that's because we want European money and funding, public money, to be spent in order to strengthen the EU resilience and competitiveness. So these are the two words that have been come up today in all the speeches, competitiveness and resilience. That's important. But while doing that, we should continue building and working in encouraging the decarbonization goals and clean technology development. And that's where we come and we strongly applaud and we are grateful for the support of HaDEA and our colleagues in RTD with whom we are working closely to develop innovative technologies, clean technologies for the future. We are also coming and proposing a voluntary low carbon label, which would be the first EU definition of the carbon intensity for steel. And that's because we want to give a signal to the markets and to incentivize investments. But this is not enough. We want more investments, we want more business, more industry in Europe. And in order to do this, to accelerate the industrial activities, we will propose simplification of permitting procedures. And that's with the view that we want to build new and strengthen the value creation, that we want to build innovation to support research and development. And that's with the final goal again to support and to build resilience EU value chains. But all of this, so with all these measures, we will basically create lead markets in Europe. And that's because we want to incentivize clean, made in Europe products, decarbonized products that are supporting, that will make us leaders in the world. We are also looking on how to de-risk investments in decarbonizing technologies, and innovation and research and development is helping from this perspective. And here I come at the support that HaDEA is giving and DG RTD with the EU funded and co-funding projects. Without this, we will not be able to move faster and forward. We do need innovation, but we do need to support. We do need to de-risk these activities, and that's what we are doing. And that's important. So we need to develop and scale up low-carbon technologies, and that's very important. And we also need to look at efficient industrial processes so that we win the race. So I think what will the showcase today, we need to do more of this, I would say, because we need to show to the world that we do have innovation, that we do have research and development in Europe, that we are strong, that we are world leaders in this. So I congratulate you for bringing this event here today, and I hope this will become an annual event where we'll show how strong we are in industrial processes, but not only. I mean, all my colleagues presented what we are doing, and I think we are great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madalena, for these additional clarifications. I'd now like to focus on the pivotal role of EU research, development, innovation, and you already guessed it, Doris, I'm addressing myself to you. So the question is, could you please share with us how you believe industrial R&I strategies are contributing to enhancing EU competitiveness and technological sovereignty? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Also now concluding actually this first round in our panel, because competitiveness will not work without industrial research and innovation. And now I'm speaking here, my directorate is in charge of Cluster 4, Industry, Digital Industry and Space, which we share with the colleagues in DG Connect and in DG DEFIS. And it has really a kind of cross-cutting aspect, because whatever we heard now in terms of the technologies where we need to invest in deployment, in competitiveness to be prepared, it starts with research and innovation. So everything is underpinned initially by science, it's taken up by industry, and there we have an interest that this happens as early as possible and as assertively as possible. So this is also why we are investing here in New Horizon Europe in this cluster. We heard that the Commission is since it came now into office, the current Commission has put a priority on competitiveness. And we heard as well that this means to work with advanced technologies, and not only to work with them, that is what we are talking about, but to develop them. And it's not good enough to be good enough. We need to be at cutting edge, because we are also in that area in a competition worldwide. So this is the ambition we have to meet here. And technological sovereignty in this context means that we have these advanced technologies at hand when we need them, but also to create markets of the future, and that we are not put in difficulty or at risk with our economy and our society in case there are disruptions. Disruptions can come from many various areas, and the preparedness union strategy shows as well it ranges from accidents, natural disasters, but also on purpose by others which might cause damage. So also when we speak from the R&I policy perspective about the 3% goal, 2/3 of that should come from industry and industrial research and innovation, and that we can compare as well with worldwide, so where it is happening. If we look now in cluster 4, which is also, we are very grateful for that, managed and implemented in your department. So we have the digital technologies here, but we should not forget that there are other high-tech areas as well. And I start with something which is maybe not called high-tech, but it's circularity. Advanced materials, making materials available, longer life spans. We have projects like the R3 Midas project, or replacing critical raw materials, to have alternatives as well to the trade strategies which the EU is now negotiating. There is a project which tries to replace platinum, nickel effectron. We have a partnership, Processes for Planet, which has at its heart and at its driver to show how we can, in the industry and by industry, reduce energy dependencies, create circularity within the industry, decarbonize very energy-intensive processes in the steel industry, in the chemicals industry. That in itself keeps chemical industry maybe hopeful in Europe, so that then we can also build on other areas like energy technologies for renewable energy, batteries, which is a growing market, massively growing market. So things are interconnected here as well. And speaking about industry in Europe, we are happy if we can manufacture things in Europe as well. So this is why we are also investing in advanced manufacturing. And we all know that in other parts of the world, in Far East Asia, you have already the first factories, which are called dark factories, because they are fully automatized. Now, that is a question if we want to go into that direction, but to benefit from automatization, to benefit also from efficiency for sustainability and for smart products, which then help even in health areas or in other areas, that is basically what we have as the European model and why we are investing. And you heard a lot about policy strategies, and I think that we are really getting with research and innovation, in particular in the industry, very close to our policy objectives and vice versa. So the intention is to support innovation. And I speak now from our perspective. The European Startup and Scale-up Strategy, for example, gives credit and supports where we see a lot of innovation coming up. At the same time, also connecting startups and scale-ups, not only for a strong financial sector which invests there, but also with large industries. We are very proud of our SME participation in the program as well, and we need to see that it works, that you work with the research sector and also with large industries, which can be your partner, your client, or also support you. So we try to reflect all these realities also in our program. technology and research infrastructures. We have a new strategy here for Europe, and a European Charter for Access will be one of the first actions now under the Startup and Scale-up strategy, which we will put forward. We have seen already a number of acts which try to mobilize investments in strategic projects. We are working on a European Innovation Act as well. We are working on an Advanced Materials Act. So you see that in many of these advanced technology areas, Europe is putting forward very dedicated and concrete strategies where we combine a regulatory framework, the single market approach, and also investments in research and then later on in the uptake. And that's the spirit also of the future program, with bringing the European Competitiveness Fund and the next framework program very closely together. The idea is that we are able to look at what we call an investment journey to accompany and support developments from fundamental research, identifying at an early stage how powerful they might be, how promising, and then being able to go all the way through to deployment. So that is a bit where I think it's in our interest to show that we really are aware of these interconnected strategies, that we are ready to embark on that, even if it is challenging and demanding. But that we are very aware as well that industrial research and innovation and deployment is the backbone of Europe's prosperity and well-being, and in the end also of our security and safety. So that's what I wanted to say here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doris. I think no one will disagree with you on the importance of R&I, in addition to the policy and the regulatory measures that we're taking. We've now finalized the first round of questions, and it's really a pleasure for me, but I'm sure also for the audience and the people online, that you're all speaking with so much passion about what you're doing. So that's very pleasant to hear. I propose we go straight to the second round of questions, and Laurent, I'm starting with you. We already heard from Maya about the big health package that was adopted at the end of 25. So could you maybe explain or a little bit more how HeDEA is contributing to strengthening the EU preparedness while at the same time enhancing specifically the competitiveness of Europe's health and biotech industries?
Yes, thank you, Kathleen. First of all, the cost of inaction. Sometimes we do not realize the cost of the COVID-19, but it had a huge impact and we are still feeling it. We believe it's over. But actually, the IMF showed that the level of deaths during COVID-19 was similar to what member states were doing during the Second World War. And now we have a level of debt that has never reached such a level. Member states are with debt above 100% of their GDP. So they have limited margin. So it's a struggle to get more money for programs to fund our competitiveness. But it's key in the health sector to continue to fund preparedness, to make sure that we have the right medical countermeasures that we need. And every single euro that we are putting into MCM will help also for our competitiveness, for our pharma sector. And we have developed some instruments. We are launching, for instance, a medical countermeasure accelerator. We have launched ERA Invest together with the European Investment Bank. So it's part of the InvestEU program. And so we are supporting SMEs with the development of new medical countermeasures. In the medical space, it's very famous. We talk about the valley of death. So you have a good product, but you don't manage to get it up to manufacturing. So it's important that public money comes in to make sure that the product is developed. So for instance, last week, we just had market authorization for a company that we supported through ERA Invest. And I just quoted because it's really a dual-use product. It's for bioterrorism. So we have now, for the first time, and it's unique in the world, we have a solution for a certain bioterrorist threat. So we have the countermeasure for that. And we want to continue to support SMEs through ERA Invest. So we have put more money into it, and we hope under the next MFF we will continue with the ERA Invest program. Another program that we have developed with HaDEA is EU Fab, where we have reserve manufacturing capacity. So during COVID-19, we had the vaccine. We were the first to have the solution with BioNTech. But BioNTech was not able to produce the vaccine. So they had to find a partnership with an American company, Pfizer, to make sure that we had the production of the vaccine. So now, taking the lessons from that, we reserve manufacturing capacity in Europe so that if there's a crisis, we have enough vaccine production in Europe. And we audit that capacity so that we are not paying just for nothing. We make sure that we have that capacity reserve in Europe. And that sustains the ecosystem. We make sure that we have enough in research and development, but we also make sure that we have enough in manufacturing capacity. So these are some examples of how we system the pharma ecosystem. One other challenge is the clinical trials, because we are not so good in the clinical trial field, maybe because we have been over-regulating that sector. We have the European level, but at national level, every member state has different rules, ethical rules, and so on and so forth. And we need to make sure that we have a competitive clinical trial ecosystem, and DG Santé is working on that, and we support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Laurent. Thank you very much for, again, mentioning HaDEA and the cooperation that we have. My second question is for Doris of this round. So it's a bit of a long question, so bear with me. And so if we read the European Preparedness Union strategy, it speaks about an integrated all hazards approach to cover the full spectrum of risks. It talks about the whole of society approach to increase resilience and a whole of government approach to answer the threats. So this implies clearly closer civil-military cooperation. And we also found in the strategy a chapter on promoting dual use by design when it comes to investment in capability, planning, infrastructure, communications, energy supply, and so on. So the strategy explicitly states that investments in technology should be dual-use investments, supporting both civilian and military needs. So Doris, could you please give us your perspective on what dual use could mean in the context of EU research and technological development? And please, can you tell us what we could do already in the current framework program, Horizon Europe, but also what is your forward-looking when we think of the next framework program for RNI, please?
Yeah, thank you. Let me first elaborate a bit also on the Preparedness Union strategy in general and the holistic approach, because it doesn't mean that there was nothing before. What the Preparedness Union strategy does is it shows really this holistic approach. Also what I said before, the origin of crisis situation can be manifold, and also the way we need to respond, the speed of need of response also is interconnected. So this is also why this is a strategy which brings together civil risks and threats and also the defense elements of that, so that because it's very often that the same areas are affected and we need to respond and bring all forces together. It looks also into risks which go beyond that, like climate or health, we just heard. And also from the research and innovation side, there are two very important elements. One is the research and the capacity to look ahead, to anticipate and to assess risks which are coming, and the need to respond, and then also to prepare for the possibility to respond and to respond quickly. And that's probably also why resilience is the longer term perspective of them being able to act fast in a crisis situation. So we invest in these areas as well. On the health side, we heard already it's quite important. On vaccination, there is also a partnership for preparedness in health research. It's called Be Ready, or water scarcity, or I wanted to mention as well climate adaptation, or on the impact of climate change on health. So that these are areas where we are also investing, and we have research projects and innovation to be prepared for situations which we actually would like to avoid. Also, the digital technologies are very, very important in this context. Now, in this context also, the Preparedness Union strategy refers to dual use. The strategy puts it into a very, very specific context also of the understanding civil-military, civil defense purposes as well. In general, dual-use goods and technologies can serve more than one and sometimes very different purposes. That is the initial at the origin. And at the moment, we are using it very frequently for infrastructures, goods and technologies which can be used in a civilian market context and for defense applications. Drones are a very pertinent example in this context, for example, but we are also have examples for different transport mobility solutions, space technologies, for example, just to speak about what we have here in HaDEA as well in our framework program. Advanced manufacturing, for example, the topic of flexible manufacturing, of repurposing manufacturing lines, that has been already up in COVID very, very pertinently, is also a topic. What we see in the war in the Ukraine at the moment is how advanced technologies, cutting-edge technologies, but at the same time also sometimes very cheap solutions play a role in warfare. And also the realization is there that many of these technologies stem from civil developments in recent times, in particular also from the digital area. In this area. So this is also why the European Defence Industry Strategy and most lately, for example, the Defence Industry Transformation Roadmap acknowledges also the importance of a civil ecosystem to develop technologies. Now, dual use does not mean yet that technologies are developed for defense purposes, but really for the possibility to use it for different purposes. And I would like to stress as well that Horizon Europe so far is funding only civil applications, also in areas where we know that the technologies, the underlying technologies, have a dual use potential. There is one new opening which has emerged in December. The Commission has proposed the so-called Defence Mini-Omnibus, which was adopted as a regulation in December, which allows that the European Innovation Council, in the accelerator part, can fund dual use and also support companies in the defense area. We are just preparing for how best to implement that. And you all know certainly that the Commission proposal for the European Competitiveness Fund and for the next framework program also stipulates that these programs may support dual-use activities. In these areas, the Council and Parliament negotiations are still ongoing. We will see in which direction that goes, and we will follow that certainly closely. But that is where we are at the moment.
Thank you very much, Doris. Please. So dual use clearly will no longer be a taboo in the next framework programs, and this is probably a good thing. Susanna, you already talked about or touched upon critical space technologies, and we know that the FIS has been focusing on R&I for critical space technologies over the past and also the present framework program. So could you briefly tell us how DG FIS is tackling the critical space technologies, and maybe you can share a few examples and some success stories, please.
Thank you very much. So critical technologies, as they comes from the title, they are very critical for space operations, and it has been for more than a decade that we have been supporting the financing for critical space technologies in Europe, because this is an important area. They are critical for our space missions, and we are clearly not having all these technologies in Europe. And if we don't have them in Europe, we have to procure them elsewhere. And what is the problem? So if we procure somewhere else from third countries, there can be, for example, export restrictions that are applicable that then clearly influence the availability and the use of these technologies. Therefore, it's very important for us to make sure that we develop these essential capabilities here in Europe. And then we also, not only development, that we also have the whole supply chains that are capable of serving the European space missions. Now, what we have been doing in the recent Horizon Europe program is that we have shifted the focus and increased the budget from low TRL actions to a higher TRL, where we would clearly see that there is a benefit for industrialization, for going into the real practical scaling up and the industrial uptake of these technologies. So this was our initiative, and this clearly brings results. One of the results that we see is that, for example, for chips, for the so-called FPGAs, so it's the field programmable gate arrays. These are specific chips that are used in a number of satellites and are necessary in many of them, dozens of them in the satellite, in order to be able to fulfill its functions. These have been so far only procured from elsewhere, and we are very glad that currently there is one of these advanced chips that has passed the space qualification, and also its supply chain is now fully European. And this was also possible thanks to the support that we have been giving to this area in the recent years. Another example would be, for example, that we are supporting different testing facilities that we have in Europe. So, for example, we have a testing facility for radiation testing for electronic components. This is also important so that we can test these space-related components here in Europe. So this is another area. When it comes to the future, we want to take it one step forward, and some of us also, Doris already talked about the next MFF. So for example, for technological sovereignty in space, what we are proposing in the European Competitiveness Fund is to create a particular component that would deal with technological sovereignty. This we see as a next evolution and a very good step in a good direction, where we see that this will then attach more importance and also necessary budget for this area in the future. And finally, let me conclude by saying that all this, of course, critical technologies, these are part of a bigger picture, and this bigger picture is economic security. Economic security is top of the agenda of the European Commission. There has been a communication adopted in December related to this. One of the part which was mentioned in this communication is also critical technologies in the area of space and defense. And in order to actually identify these, be able to track and see what is the supply chain, where are we missing, which are the risks and risk assessment that we need to do, we have a so-called Observatory of Critical Technologies in DG DEFIS. We do this together with the JRC, and this is the place where we really do detailed analysis of what we need to do, and then based on that, propose actions on EU level.
Thank you very much, Susanna. We're running a little bit out of time, so I'm afraid I would need to ask my colleagues or the next speakers to be brief, if possible. And the next question is for you, Madalena. So we already heard about the Critical Raw Materials Act that entered into force in 2024, for which HaDEA has been supporting DG GROW. And last December, an action plan, a resource EU action plan was adopted. So could you briefly give us an update on these recent developments and initiatives?
Yes,
thank you.
With great pleasure. It's true that, well, we have Critical Raw Materials Act, which is the first legislative framework in Europe that is covering the raw materials full value chain, starting with exploration, extraction, processing, refining, and recycling. And we have been working on implementing over the last year. But with the latest developments at the end of last year, the export restrictions that we are facing, including for strategic technologies that are used and needed to process and refine certain raw materials, we realized that we need to be faster to accelerate the implementation of the Critical Raw Materials Act, and that's why why the Commission adopted Resource EU. Resource EU is an action plan which is very concrete, very practical. It focuses on delivering on concrete projects that we have identified that have the potential to deliver by 2029. And just to give you a number, these will be projects that will, when it comes to raw materials needed for battery, for defense applications and rare earths, will help us reach from 30 to 50% independence from other suppliers. So this is an important effort that we need to do, and in order to do that, Resource EU comes with certain tools that we have now at our disposal to implement this. The Critical Raw Materials Center that will be implemented, that will have the mandate to actually work and deliver on stockpiling, and that's where we will look a lot at our colleagues in HERA to learn from your experience, because we've never done it in Europe, stockpiling raw materials. The same with joint purchasing. Again, it's a new territory for us. And again, we go and we learn from your experience what you have done for the vaccines and the medicines. We want to boost investments, work closer with the financial institutions and financiers to support these projects. And we also want to be better in monitoring and track the progress and the situation on the market, so that we are not taken by surprise when future disruptions are coming in. So that's part of the Critical Raw Materials Center. We are also putting together financing. Financing now is done through the different programs across the EU programs and funding instruments. We want to coordinate this so that we can concretely go and support quickly raw materials projects. We will also work on permitting, because we even if the Critical Raw Materials Act comes with very short deadlines for getting permits for projects in extraction or processing, refining and recycling, we need to work on different types of legislation to improve their implementation at the member state level. And so that's internally. We are also working on circularity, of course, that's an important pillar, on how to keep resource in the EU, and there we will look into coming with measures to restrict the export, for example, of black mass or for permanent magnets, so that we keep the value in the economy and you put them back on the market. And that's internally, but an important pillar is international and is diversification. We have developed a system of 15 strategic partnerships with countries around the world with which we work together. Research and innovation is an important pillar in each of these strategic partnerships, and we work together with the partners to jointly develop innovative technologies. We are showcasing, again, our projects around the world, and we do this on a regular basis in Canada at the biggest mining fair in the world, which always takes place in March. We are known now, we are looked for by external partners to engage and cooperate and partner with us. So I think we made an impact, and we will continue doing that. And the last thought, Resource EU comes with a specific chapter on stimulating innovation. Basing and contributing, we have already contributing with around 700 million euros on supporting raw materials project over the last 5 years, but we will continue doing that. So for 2026-2027, we envisage around 600 million euros that will be dedicated to projects, Horizon Europe calls, covering raw materials, including supporting advanced technology, substitutions projects. So all this that will help us get better, and stronger and more resilient when it comes to the supplies for our industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madalina. And Camilla, I come back to you. We have heard a lot about the series of Digital Act that were adopted by the Commission, by DG Connect, and thinking of the Digital Markets Act, the Digital Service Act, the Digital Networks Act. And it's not only in Europe, but clearly also the US companies have been learning about this. So, Camilla, do you believe that the EU is now really on track to catch up with its international competitors? and also to reinforce its digital sovereignty with the next generation of software application and digital networks.
Thank you, Kathleen. Maybe just one thing, Digital Networks Act is not yet adopted. And the reason why I'm checking from time to time, I'm sorry for that, is that the HaDEA is ongoing. So as you can imagine, we are at the last stages of preparation and it would be probably released this week. Maybe I will make a bit of a difference between what already was adopted by us in the previous mandate, which is Digital Markets Act and Digital Services Act, very importantly, and what came in this mandate and what will come, as I said, within days in the case of Digital Networks Act, but also in terms of other frameworks that we are preparing, like Cloud and AI Development Act in the terms of months. So looking at the Digital Markets Act and Digital Services Act, for me, I think the biggest focus, and it's clear after adoption in the last mandate, is enforcement. And the enforcement of both is strongly ongoing. Very importantly is to say that none of these acts is basically targeting international competitors or digital sovereignty, because we are really talking here about the rules in terms of the Digital Markets Act, which are concerning fairness in the market. So it depends which companies are dominant, and then they are regulated under this act. In terms of Digital Services Act, it's very much about fighting, for example, disinformation. So we treat basically the companies that are acting in the EU in the same way, depending on their strengths, on their market position, and also how they operate in the market. So these acts are super important, I think, for the sector, for the digital sector overall. And this mandate is very much of their enforcement, and it continue to be like this. When we look into future, it's the easiest for me to talk about Digital Networks Act because I spent 3 years preparing it, and last half a year was very intensive, to put it mildly. So I'm really looking forward to the adoption soon. This Digital Networks Act, which is concentrating, for those who don't know, on the connectivity, it would be basically one single rule book for telecoms, to simplify, but this is basically what we are trying to achieve. It would be very much trying to build the connectivity which is based on secure networks, resilient networks, but also to build in the competitiveness into sectors. So the 3 guiding principles that were guiding us when preparing the Digital Networks Act was single market, very much echoing what Professor Letta said in his report. Telecoms were very much spotted as one of the sectors that needs single market dimension, and this is what DNA will bring. Competitiveness, so Professor Draghi, very important. We are looking into pushing more innovation, making space for specialized services, really insisting on making the progress in terms of innovation. And very, very importantly, resilience, which was a bit common topic also here today. Whenever we mention any sector, we're always talking about preparedness, resilience, defense. Resilience would be a very important part of DNA. We need to be prepared, and we need to create mechanisms in cases when one of the submarine cables, as often happens unfortunately recently, is cut. What is the consequence for the countries? But it's what is the consequence for the EU? How the internet access will be affected? We need to build this capacity, and DNA will help with that. So, well, waiting for the adoption, as probably also many of you are as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Camilla. So we will be watching out. We will be watching out for what the Commission will decide this week. Maya, my last question is for you. It's a short question, and so maybe it can be also a short answer. So DG Santé is currently implementing the European Health Data Space, the EHDS. So what will this bring to Europe, and what will this bring to the European citizen, please?
Thank you. And so the European Health Data Space is an innovative and ambitious game changer for how health data is used across the EU. I don't know how many of you are familiar about this, but I think it's a very good example of where the competitiveness angle meets the preparedness and resilience angle, because it's anchored in creating a safe, secure, trusted and interoperable way of data, health data being used. And I think one thing that has been maybe we haven't heard much of today is the word trust, because I think all of the work that we're talking about, trust is the anchor for efficient and effective collaboration. And this European health data space basically has two arms. One is really providing citizens, patients with access to their own data. And this sounds simple, but it's very complicated, but it's actually happening. Several member states already have this, that you have your own health record and you can travel with it to different countries. And the idea is this is going to be available across the EU. And then the second pillar is also very innovative and spurring competitiveness, and that's the reuse of all of this data. We've been discussing about how data now is the kind of oil of the future, right? So imagine how competitive Europe can be if researchers, policymakers have access to all of this data in a secure, anonymous way. And so the European health data space, as you said, we're rolling it out now. We need a lot of capacity in member states. We work very closely with HaDEA on projects working with member states. And also, I wanted to mention, maybe it's a good way to end, is that we also need to build the skills in Europe to do so, because it's wonderful to have an infrastructure, but you need to use it and you need to have the capacity and skills to do so. So we have a lot, I think we've heard, there's so much going on, but it needs people, it needs trust, and it needs investment. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, we've now arrived at the end of the question rounds. I enjoyed this very much, and I hope you also did. So, for the sake of time, I will just thank my colleagues in the Commission for being with us today and sharing their insights. And please give them another round of applause, please. So back to Jennifer, but I would like to ask the members of the panel to stay for a picture. But we can maybe first let Jennifer, yeah.
Absolutely, we will keep our panelists here on stage, but everyone else, please take advantage of this coffee break to go and visit the stands in the foyer. And I would like you specifically, if you can, check out Polar Connect, 5G A2A, EUSST and EVH, because those are the projects that we'll be focusing on in our next panel. So grab a coffee break and we'll be back focusing on the panel on infrastructure at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, and I hope you had a good chance to grab a coffee and to network and to check out those stands, because in this section of today's event, we're going to be looking at infrastructure. As with all our sessions today, we're going to start with a testimonial speech and then go on to the panel discussion featuring those key projects that we've highlighted to you, and that, once again, I hope you had a chance to check out in the foyer. Now, our first testimonial speaker is an international digital executive with more than 35 years of experience across Europe, the United States and Asia. As the EU Digital Ambassador, he advises institutions on emerging technologies and digital transformation. He has collaborated with global organizations on artificial intelligence, robotics, 5G, and has launched or supported more than 26 startups. So a wealth of experience providing guidance in innovation management and executive leadership. So he's also the author of award-winning publications on technological disruption. So I'm sure you are all waiting to hear from Nicolas Babin, Digital EU Ambassador and World Economic Forum expert on AI, 5G and transformation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. As you stated, so I'm going to start talking about the importance of infrastructures and for EU competitiveness and preparedness. So as you stated, and thank you very much for the introduction, I have worked in the US, built a significant part of my career in Europe, working for a Japanese company, and now proudly serve Europe as Digital EU Ambassador. So I've learned that global competitiveness is never an accident. It's the result of long-term investment in infrastructure, physical, digital, scientific, and human. And that part is really important to me about human centricity. It is what allowed Japan in the late 1990s to imagine a robot like Aibo, what enabled the US to scale its innovation ecosystems, and what will determine whether Europe can fully command its technological destiny. Today, infrastructures are the backbone of competitiveness. I think you all know that. Without secure connectivity, no autonomous system can function. Without high-performance computing, no generative AI model can be trained. Without sovereign cloud capabilities, critical data cannot be protected. And without trusted standards, supply chain cannot operate with resilience. AI, quantum, 5G, and now 6G, cybersecurity, sustainable energy, they are all infrastructure dependent. And they also depend on infrastructures that Europe must control, not simply consume. Because infrastructures are not neutral, whoever builds them shapes the roles, the flows of value, and the pace of innovation. This is why synergy, strategic autonomy matters, not as isolation, but as a guarantee that Europe remains able to decide, innovate, and protect its values and citizens in an era of global technological competition. So that was my first part about the importance of infrastructures in Europe. The second part is going to be about strengths and weaknesses of European infrastructures. Because Europe has real strength, and we should not underestimate them. Our first strength is resilience. Europe has learned from past crises, from GDPR to NIS2, from the EU AI Act to the Cyber Resilience Act. We have built one of the world's most trusted digital environments. Trust is not a constraint. It is competitive advantage. And I'm really glad somebody talked about trust in the last panel because it's really a key element here. And companies want to innovate where data is protected and where standards are clear. Our second strength is scientific excellence. European HPC centers, Europe HPC JU, and the upcoming AI factories are world-class assets. Initiatives such as Lumi in Finland or Leonardo in Italy already place Europe among the leaders in supercomputing. Our third strength is diversity. With 27 member states, hundreds of universities, and a rich industrial heritage, Europe has a depth of talent and specialized ecosystems that few regions can match in the world. But we also have weaknesses that must be confronted with clarity. The first weakness to me is fragmentation. Too many national strategies, too many procurement models, very different speeds of adoption. Fragmentation allows standardization and weakens Europe's ability to build continental-scale infrastructures. The second weakness is speed. The US and China are running sprints. Europe is running a marathon. This long-term approach is admirable, definitely, but now must be complemented by faster execution cycles. And the third weakness is scale. We innovate brilliantly, but we do not scale fast enough. Whether in AI training capacity, data centers, telecom networks, or cloud solutions, we need to move from pilots to platforms. If Europe wants to lead, not follow, it must turn its strengths into accelerators and its weaknesses into strategic reforms. My third point is going to be about the role of digital health, AI and HPC as strategic assets. One area where infrastructures are becoming decisive is really digital health. Healthcare is no longer driven solely by medical skill. It is driven by data, compute power, and connectivity. High-performance computing allows Europe to model proteins, simulate infections, and accelerate drug discovery, among other examples. AI enables earlier diagnosis, personalized medicine, and predictive health systems. When I look at initiatives like the European Health Data Space, I see a future where secure, interoperable data fuels breakthroughs that save lives while respecting our most fundamental values. Digital health is also where Europe can lead globally by combining cutting-edge AI models with ethical frameworks rooted in human dignity. To do this, we need strong data infrastructures, trusted sharing architectures, and the compute power to train Europe's next medical AI champions, and we have a lot. The fourth element is the strategic importance of 5G and future 6G networks. From my experience with telecommunication and robotics, and it started back in 1999 with the robotics and AI, so almost 30 years soon. I know, well, started actually in 96, and we launched in 1999, so it's 30 years. I know that connectivity defines capability. 5G and soon 6G is not just faster internet. It's the foundation for autonomous mobility, connected factories, remote diagnostics in digital health, energy grid optimization, and edge AI at scale. When we launched autonomous robotics in Japan, as I mentioned in 1999, connectivity was the limiting factor among many others. Today, Europe has the opportunity to turn its telecom networks into a strategic advantage, but this requires harmonization, investment, and a coordinated roadmap. Digital infrastructures without next-generation networks are incomplete. 5G and 6G must be treated as critical enablers of competitiveness, resilience, and sovereignty. My last point is about how EU funding is helping and how it can help in the future. As Jennifer mentioned, I started 26 startups, some of them in the US, but some in Europe, and I can say that I've benefited from some, like, for example, Horizon programs. So the first one I will mention is the fact that EU funding is already making a significant impact, and we can see it on the market. Through Horizon Europe, we are financing frontier research in AI, quantum, cybersecurity, and 6G. Through the Digital Europe program, we're building AI testing facilities, skills academies, and the very first wave of AI factories. Through Connecting Europe facility, we strengthen cross-border connectivity, including secure 5G corridors for connected mobility. And through InvestEU and important projects of common European interest, we support semiconductors, cloud edge infrastructures, and next-generation batteries. But looking forward, we can go even further. First, Europe must invest in capacity. AI factories, sovereign cloud, quantum accelerators, and energy-efficient data centers must become the new industrial base of Europe, just as steel and railways were in the 19th century. Second, Europe must invest in skills. Infrastructures is not just hardware, it is people. And I started by talking about human centricity. This is extremely important. We need engineers, operators, cybersecurity experts, AI ethicists, and data governance specialists trained at scale and retained in Europe. Third, Europe must invest in adoption. Funding should not only support research, it must help SMEs, public administrations, and healthcare systems adopt these infrastructures. Preparedness is not built in labs, it's built in everyday use. Finally, we need to embed values into infrastructure. Europe has a unique heritage, respect for privacy, fairness, transparency, and human dignity. When these values are enabled into our infrastructures, they become global benchmarks, the way GDPR became a world standard, and I think we all agree with this one. So as closing perspective, I've worked, as I said many times now, across 3 continents in robotics, AI, and digital, and the lesson is always the same. Infrastructures define the future. If Europe builds them with ambition, unity, and speed, then Europe will lead. Not by copying others, but by doing what Europe has always done best, combining humanism, scientific excellence, and industrial strength. Our past teaches us resilience. Our future demands boldness. Now it's a moment to build the infrastructures that will shape Europe's next decades of innovation, sovereignty, and global leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed to you too as well, Nicolas, for setting the scene for our first discussion. So this panel discussion, as I said, is going to focus on infrastructure. We're talking about investing in Europe's infrastructures for strategic autonomy. And we know that that is crucial for both competitiveness, for resilience, and for preparedness. And so we're going to look at how EU-funded projects in the communications, space, and health infrastructure areas bolster Europe's strength. And we're going to also look at the links between that and what's happening in terms of industrial leadership, data sovereignty, and preparedness for crises. So We're going to start with our first speaker. I'm going to invite to the stage one by one, Eva Muraskiene, Strategy and Policy Officer at the Nordic Research and Education Network, NordNet. She works on strengthening international research networks, advancing digital infrastructure for the Nordic and Arctic regions, and specialises in cross-border connectivity. This is the representative from our Polar Connect project representative, a pathfinder initiative to establish a submarine fibre cable on the shortest possible route between Northern Europe and East Asia, specifically Japan, through the Arctic Ocean. And the initiative prioritises sustainability by avoiding environmentally sensitive areas and aims to reduce the latency for global data transfer. So we'll hear more about that. Gerhard Machinger is project manager at Vantage Tower's 5G corridor, Autobahn to Auto route. He specialises in managing complex software, Internet of Things and network solutions, and has experience collaborating with authorities within the Connecting Europe facility. Now, the 5G A2A project is aiming to create cost-effective deployment of 5G infrastructure along a 60-kilometre cross-border highway corridor between Metz in France and Saarbrücken in Germany, delivering solutions for this uninterrupted cross-border connectivity that should enable cooperative, connected and automated mobility, or CCAM, use cases. So it's hoped the results will create a blueprint for other EU member states to follow. Our next speaker is José María Hermoso Garnica, Acting Head of Telecommunications and Space Surveillance Department at Spanish Space Agency. He is from the EU Space Surveillance and Tracking Project. He's the coordinator there. That's EUSST, if you're outside looking at the plans. He's been working within the space business for more than 20 years and in the SST area for the last 10 years, and has worked for both private and public sectors, including the European Space Agency. Now, the EU SST project is a cooperation between 19 member states and the EU Agency for the Space Programme to help Europe keep space safe by tracking satellites and debris. So this involves assessing risk assessment of collision and the generation of these collision avoidance alerts. It's detection and analysis of in-orbit fragmentation and risk assessment of space objects' re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Difficult to say, probably even more difficult to manage. And finally, for this panel, please welcome Professor Donata Medaglini, who is Deputy Rector of the University of Siena, Chief Scientific Officer at the Scalvo Vaccines Association and the European Vaccines Hub, or EVH, and she is the Scientific Coordinator of EVH. Overall, she's guiding the strategies on vaccine development. The mission of the European Vaccines Hub is very well known, I'm sure, to those of you here, but it is to achieve and maintain the highest level of EU pandemic readiness by establishing a consortium involving leading research institutions and manufacturers, so both sides of the equation, and that should enable the research, development and production of safe, effective vaccines and monoclonal antibodies. And it also looks at discovery, preclinical studies, clinical studies, regulation and manufacturing to create a dynamic and innovative ecosystem. So learning from what we learned from COVID and putting it all together. So thank you all very much for joining us. Eva, let me start with you. And tell us overall, how do the projects that we're talking about today contribute to the EU's competitiveness and preparedness? That's the overarching question.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to represent the project and how HaDEA and the CEF funding helps us to do exactly that, prepare Europe to be competitive, to be prepared. And before I go into the details, into the ways how we do that, let me give a very short introduction what the connectivity is about. It's usually the submarine cables, the invisible infrastructure that is under the water, which connects not only the countries, but mostly the continents. And to be competitive, we need to be well connected. But often we rely on very traditional and quite congested routes. In this case, when Roberto mentioned, and the previous panels mentioned as well, that we're not that well connected. We don't yet own our digital sovereignty. We don't have that very, very strong digital autonomy. And submarine fiber cables are being unnoticed until something goes wrong, until the cable breaks. And then we see the impact of it all. We see the financial markets being disrupted. We see the critical services being disrupted. We see just generally the communication between us all being disrupted. And over the past few years, all of you have witnessed the subsea cable breaks in the Baltic Sea, in the Suez Canal area, and the situation is evolving. We need to address those vulnerabilities we have because these threats over the past years have become not hypothetical, but very, very real. Connectivity has become the requirement of almost any sector, and we cannot allow ourselves to get those disruptions. So this is where initiatives like Pula Connect comes in. As you mentioned before, we're looking to developing a new shortest possible path to connect Europe to its partners in East Asia and North America over the Central Arctic Ocean. We're looking to develop this new critical connectivity infrastructure. And in that way, we can guarantee a secure, a resilient path that is also delivers fast connectivity, particularly towards our partners across the world. And going back to the ways, how we do it. So the first and foremost way that we bring Europe the competitive edge is through making sure that we have resilient connectivity. And Pula Connect is not doing this in pure isolation. There are other initiatives. So by developing this project, we also need to collaborate with other existing projects and initiatives to make sure that we don't duplicate the effort, to make sure that the infrastructure we create can be resilient, can be done in a smart way. So we also have established a collaboration under the grounds of a memorandum of understanding with other projects, which is called the Pan-Arctic Cable System. And this allows us to collaborate with all the European entities that are interested and in developing this area, because also by not doing it only one way, we create that resilience. We connect through multiple areas, and this way we bring connectivity not only in one country, we bring it to multiple countries, we interconnect, and we create multiple possibilities for connectivity to flow freely. But also, it's not about just the fast connectivity. It's about, for Europe's ability to act independently. We see how the big tech companies, the content providers are now heavily investing in connectivity. And we need to address that because by investing, they also control the international connectivity. And we need to control it ourselves to be able to be good in that, to be able to gain control ourselves and make sure that we are well connected. We are also, in a way, contributing to innovation. Because as you mentioned, I come from the Research and Education Network, so we harness multiple expertise levels. We benefit from the very special position of ourselves. We work with the research and educators of the world. We connect them, we bring them services, but also we work very closely with the industry. And Pula Connect, we're looking it to be a smart cable. What does it mean? It means that apart from just bringing connectivity, we also see it as a tool for research. We're looking at smart sensors to be deployed in the Central Arctic Ocean area and bring the innovation, bring the unprecedented real-time data from monitoring the Central Arctic Ocean, monitoring the parameters of the environment that will benefit not only the Arctic research, but also climate modeling, climate research, and any other research that will be looking at that data. So for now, Arctic research has been looking at historical data. And we're looking to bring that innovative edge, working with the industry that is developing the fiber sensors to benefit the science, to benefit the progress of innovation. The new tools that we will be presenting, not only for the communication, but also as an added benefit on top of that infrastructure. And we're also looking at why it's so important for Pula Connect to receive the CEF funding is to close that gap between the initial de-risking of the project, because these pathfinding initiatives, they cannot be taken care of by the market. It's capital intense to develop the project to a certain stage, to make it attractive for investment, to make it attractive for commercials, to step in. So working together with SEV Digital, with HaDEA, brings us to a level where we can work towards further de-risking, making sure that all the feasibility studies are done. Especially we benefit from the fact that we can deliver the seabed surveys, which are a crucial element of deploying a submarine fiber cable. And this has been very, very important for us. So we're looking for ways not only to connect, but to connect in a smart, efficient way, and to service not only the market, but also the society and science.
Well, I think there's no need to labour the importance of connectivity. Everyone in this room, I'm sure, knows the panic you feel when you think you've misplaced your phone. And so the idea of the cables being cut completely is quite alarming. Gerhard, briefly from your perspective as well, I mean, Eva mentioned a smart cable. I guess you're trying to create smart roads. But how does that create the overall competitiveness of Europe, and how does it increase?
So the smart road. So thanks again from my side as well for the invitation and for the opportunity to speak here and to present the project. Of course, it's a different context here. Just you were already introduced, gave a bit of detail on that. So we are implementing, or we are enabling a 5G corridor with dedicated connectivity for highways. So that one day we can all sit back and enjoy autonomous driving on the highways. This is the first step. So of course, and I would say, just to follow up on my colleague, what she just said, I would say this project wouldn't have happened without HaDEA and the support of the Commission, by the way, because our project really fosters innovation and is the backbone for advanced technologies in the future. So, of course, in that context, we also face quite a few challenges in our field.
I'll come back to you on the challenges in a moment, but I just want to get our other two speakers quick thoughts on how you think your project contributes to the overall EU competitiveness and preparedness. Donat.
Thank you. Thank you again also from my side for the opportunity. Certainly the EVH project, which has the aim and the mission to create a structure capable to rapidly respond to future emergencies, health emergencies, developing very rapidly in a coordinated manner vaccines and monoclonal antibodies against emerging pathogens. This has a crucial role to be able to be prepared and to respond in a coordinated manner to future challenges.
I know, say, Maria, from your side, we've got cables, we've got roads, we've got vaccines, we've also have space and space debris. I mean, I suppose preparedness is the name of the game when it comes to your area.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, space currently, we are all driven by a lot of space-based services somehow, no? And even given the current geopolitical context, the space is more and more congested and contested. And it is good that 10 years ago, Europe decided to invest on having autonomy on this capacity of monitoring and having a space surveillance so that we can create an infrastructure to protect our infrastructure. So it's like a meta reference. Sorry for that. Yeah.
Gerhard, now let's come back to those challenges and the gaps. I mean, what do you perceive as the most significant challenges or the biggest infrastructure gaps that undermine the competitiveness and the resilience that we're looking for?
I would say maybe, and I guess this is the same for the other project. I think it's the existing fragmentation of the European market, especially when it comes to cross-border digital infrastructure. I can definitely say that for our project, because our corridor crosses two countries, Germany and France, and we already face challenges there. No surprises there, to be honest, but nevertheless challenges that might slow us down, and actually if we don't face them, will slow us down. One example is building permissions, very simple ones, for 5G infrastructure. So we are speaking about for my project, for passive infrastructure we are deploying there, and building permissions or building permission processes vary, not even in between the countries, obviously, but also within Germany, for example. In counties, there are different regulations. So they slow us down. This is one example of a challenge. This is more a general one. Another one that comes to mind is more technical challenge. When you come to cross-border implementations, you always face different technical regulations, technical requirements, sometimes security requirements, in our case also building permission requirements, or network spectrum requirements, for example. We have 2 MNOs on board, one in France, one in Germany. If you look from the outside, you would think this is a simple thing, but it actually isn't. So there are only 2 parties involved, and we actually have really very positive partners, and we have a very good project team. But nevertheless, it's really a challenge to bring their views together and then really implement something that pleases everybody, and also, of course, HaDEA and our partners. The last one, I would say, even sometimes the transparency is missing. For example, to find out how the building permission processes even work, even if you involve administrations on the EU level, on the national level, but also on the regional level, it's sometimes surprising how often it happens that that regulations are not the way as they are expected initially. So we cope with that quite successfully in our project, because we really are transparent. We invited them at an early stage in our project. Our projects, by the way, started at the beginning of last year. So we did really political events on the EU level, on the national level, but also on the regional level, just in case that we do get the proper support at the moment we run into challenges. And so far we haven't faced huge challenges, but nevertheless, you never know what happens in the project. But we stay positive, and we really have a very good partnership, and hopefully it stays that way, and we can hopefully showcase something that's going to show the use cases can be implemented and realized probably next year or the year after, latest.
Donata, same question to you about where you see the gaps. And I'm wondering if you agree with Gerhard that fragmentation is one, because we know pre-COVID there was a lot of fragmentation. Things have got better, I presume, but where are the remaining gaps?
We are working for that. Yes. So certainly there are important gaps and challenges. First of all, fragmentation in science, but especially also in clinical trials, in regulatory, in manufacturing. And this was particularly evident during the COVID pandemic. Many trials have been conducted in Europe, but they were not coordinated, data were not properly shared, so we could not get the best out of it. One of the aims of the EVH project is also to build on a network of clinical sites already coordinated, aligned with testing that use comparable assays, and also sharing data. This will be essential to get information necessary to rapidly develop vaccines, and also facilities to rapidly develop vaccines. The other critical aspect is, of course, the fragmentation of investment and programs in different member states. So these bringing together, as you were highlighting, the institutions that in the different member states are responsible for pandemic response, this will allow to have a coordinated process, a coordinated investment. The other challenge I would like to mention is the technologies that sometimes are not EU-based, and so we really want to have technologies, European technologies, ready to be immediately applied to develop vaccines for emerging pathogens, and of course monoclonal antibodies.
Eva, you talked about the aims, but where do you see the challenges or the obstacles?
The biggest challenge, of course, as I mentioned, these pathfinding submarine fiber cable initiatives, the projects development require immense amount of resources, not only the capital, but also the human capacity as well, and the talent and expertise in different areas. So I think one of the challenges that we are facing is this, and with the help of the co-funding, we're able to harness a lot of that. Able to attract a lot of interest and a lot of support, which comes also through the governments. through the collaborations with the industry, but also the collaboration with science. So I think that sums it up. To say what Gerard and Donato said, basically the same, but also understanding the permitting landscape, the legal aspects of everything. So it's a very complex. I could dive into many, many steps and details, but I think we've all heard that we're addressing that.
It is interesting that there is so much agreement between you, given how different your areas are. And Jose Maria, feel free also to chime in on this question of challenges and gaps. But also, I'd like to hear also from you, what are the practical benefits you've had from collaborating with European partners during the implementation of your project?
Well, collaboration is really my thing. I'm currently myself coordinating 11 grants with 19 member states, 30 beneficiaries, and more than 100 industrial partners. So welcome to my daily life nightmare. Not an easy one. But it's also true that this is the magic of the European project, no? As you may imagine, it's quite a complex project with a lot of specialization. And it is very good to see, and Nicolas mentioned before in the speech that we need to go from pilot to platform. No? In USSD, we have created an operational system. I mean, we work on a daily basis sharing information at very different levels between public organizations, research institutions, space agencies, industrial partners. So when you read in the news that there is an object from the space maybe re-entering into the atmosphere that may have an impact in our daily life, no? Because you may find pieces all over the ground, you need to think that there is behind a control center hosted by a member state, raising an alarm, which has that of my own. If it would be just Spain, for example, you can say, what can you do? You have maybe one radar, 10 telescopes, but now we benefit from all of us. We have a number of telescopes, lasers, radars. You share data. This data is shared in a common pot for all of us to process, to create a product that goes to the user, which may be a civil protection authority, an aviation authority, or just a citizen that wants to read the newspaper and know what's going on. So I think that I'm very happy to be able to talk about the success story of data sharing and information sharing in a context which is dual use. I was mentioning at the beginning, in the saying along the day, no? It does not mean it is a military thing. It's dual use. And this is specifically important and contributing to resilience and, of course, this strategic autonomy, no? Which we are talking about.
Gerhard, is your life as complex as...
I can say, yeah, to follow up on that. So I think the one benefit is that at least our project puts papers into practice, I would call it, because we took part in project studies. So really on a theoretical level, which is of course important, you have to know what you are doing. But now we are building what we actually described. Basically not the same, absolutely, but this is really a huge advantage. At the end, you see what's going to work and what doesn't work the way you actually imagined. The other one, I would say, of course, you hopefully build something useful that really changes something. And for me, very important, I don't have that many projects, happily, but nevertheless, the mindset, it really changes the mindset for Europe. We only work for France and Germany, but how often I heard at the beginning the French part of the corridor, the German part of the corridor. I don't hear that anymore, of course, because I influence them as well. But I think it really creates a mindset, and I think we need that in Europe. I don't want to follow up on that, what has been said in this morning, but I think it's very important nowadays to do that. And if you can start in a smaller project, it's a very good step. So overall, I think it's a positive thing to do so.
Eva, I mean, obviously you've already mentioned that you're collaborating, but I mean, how is this central to what your project is working on?
This is very central because we need, as we develop the project, to tap into so many layers of expertise. And while completely aligning with what Jose Maria said and Gerard, I work with so many experts from so many different fields of expertise. But the layer you have to understand is that we're looking at the Arctic. How many of you have been in the Arctic? Perhaps in this audience, none. I haven't been myself. And we need to have the knowledge.
One person.
One person. Thank you. Two.
Okay, three. Still,
excellent.
Three. Not many.
Not many. But I'm so proud that we have all this knowledge in Europe, how to navigate the Arctic, how to keep the operations running in the Arctic. Because what we will need for such subsea cable infrastructures to be successful is to make sure that in the future we have the capacities to maintain that infrastructure, to be able to repair it. And before building it, before we let it run, we need to create also the platform to be able to maintain it. And we will need all the skills that we have. We'll need all the specialists of operations in the Arctic to have that. We'll need the fleet of vessels to be able to carry out those operations. So I've been beyond proud to know that we have that. We just need to stream it to make it more commercial, to make sure that it exists going with the years forward. And I'm also surprised and very proud that all the member states see the value of these things and support us in this way. In addition to what paper to practice, we have research to commercial, especially on the fiber sensing, on the multi-purpose elements of the subsea cable infrastructure. In the R&D networks, we are able to test the fiber sensing methods, the technologies. And the next stages, they become commercial. Yeah. So that's very important benefit of it all, I think.
So Donata, I mean, I know we've touched on all of your main points already, but in a little bit more detail, explain to us, you know, the benefits, the obstacles of developing and deploying, critically, European infrastructures.
Yeah, of course, we mentioned many of the important gaps. Certainly, the benefits are very high in sense to have a coordinated action. In our case, to be able to respond effectively and rapidly to emergency situation with a rapid process of vaccine development. And this needs the collaboration that you were mentioning, because ours is a process that goes end-to-end, starting from having platform technologies ready to be immediately applied to new pathogens and immediately tested on preclinical testing with very well established and ready to go facilities, and, as I was saying, clinical trial and manufacturing. This end-to-end approach needs the contribution and the collaboration with all the expertise in the different fields in Europe. And this is a very open approach in the sense that every company, everybody can access to these facilities, to this infrastructure with their products to be advanced in this process. So the idea is really to join forces, and this is clearly a big benefit for Europe, and the aim is really to respond fully to the lesson we have learned with SARS-CoV-2 pandemic.
Well, we all hope there won't be another one, but better to be prepared. So I just want then to sort of, for a last round from each of you, to hear what is the importance of the EU funding specifically? What is the unique secret sauce that EU funding is bringing that can't be reached by maybe other sources of funding? And particularly from HaDEA, and how that helps address, well, the infrastructure gaps, the competitiveness, and the preparedness. Eva, since you're next to me, I'll start with you, but really zoom in on what it is that makes this so special.
For us, it's very special because first and foremost, for any submarine cable project, it's important to address the feasibility angle. So with the staged process of several CEF funding projects, we were able to, first and foremost, to make sure that the feasibility studies are done. That was the first stage and first the most important step, that it is feasible to do. We needed that confirmation. The next then happens what you need to deliver to be able to progress, to develop the submarine fiber cable system. So that is ensuring that we have the funding to fulfill the seabed surveys. It's an essential step for any submarine cable as well, to work towards being able to manufacture the cable. At the same time, we need to make sure that the industry is looking forward to it, to make sure that we de-risk the project, we develop it stage by stage, step by step, being very thorough in all the studies we do, in all the outreach and engagement we do. we harness that really important support, not only by ourselves as ENRINs, not only our member state governments, but also the EU delegation to our partners across the oceans, that we come with a single European voice to make sure that we convey the message that this infrastructure is of value to us. Also that we have the platforms to collaborate with other projects, with other partners to make sure that the infrastructure that we develop is done in a smart and resilient way. So we don't only look from a very short angle perspective of one project. We look what a kind of broader impact it brings. And all of these projects have been the platform for that, for collaboration, for entering into partnerships that mean a lot, that help develop the project. So I think that's one of the biggest benefits.
Gerhard.
But from my point of view, so a 5G corridor project, first of all, to answer the question how HaDEA can support, we have to think about, first of all, this is a heavy investment what we are doing here. So a 5G corridor, nobody, at least to my knowledge, has found the golden bullet, how to make money out of that. But nevertheless, it's very important because 5G connectivity and autonomous driving will happen one day sooner or later. So I would say, because it's such a heavy investment, not only financially, by the way, but also a commitment of experts on that matter. So HaDEA helped us. We actually made the difference that we could start such a project. And I think next to the financial support, next to the expertise, by the way, is also very important to mention for me is the expert sharing with other partners. We work now, I represent the tower company in Germany, which is active in Europe. We're working very close with a tower company in France, or a competitor in other markets, but that didn't stop us to work with them together. And the same, by the way, is for mobile network operators. So they now are forced, so to say, work together. Of course, nobody was forced to start the project, but at the moment they stepped in, it was a commitment, and a commitment our partners really stayed in. So overall, HaDEA enabled such a project, and it's really, so to say, a blueprint, as you said in the introduction, that follow-up projects will come up in the future, not only on motorways, by the way, but also railway sector, I would say, in the connection industry. So thanks again for that, and I think without HaDEA, that would have been difficult, not to say impossible.
Okay. Jose Maria, then, again, your thoughts from your perspective on why it is so important.
Yeah, I mean, my perspective is a bit different, but shared, because in the USST, we are public institutions, so we don't look for benefits, and this makes the things a bit different. But high tech requires large funding, usually. So HaDEA is paramount for this. And the other important thing, very important thing for HaDEA is the trigger and the glue for these partnerships. Because, thank you, you force us to work together, to really have this kind of transfer of technology and cross-fertilization between the different partners, no? Because it is impossible in such complex projects as the one I'm hearing here, that all the expertise is located in one single company, member state, or institution. So it is important that we are forced to work together to develop this European technology and not go to the market and buy whatever solution is available somewhere else. So I think it is very important to create our own European domain.
I like that. The trigger and the glue is a lovely phrase to remember. And Donata, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, of course, the support of HaDEA and HERA is and will be essential to create this infrastructure that aims to be self-sustainable afterwards. And this is very important for Europe. And that has already received and catalyzed the 40% co-funding from all the beneficiaries. So meaning that this has already facilitated a coordinated investment from different European institutions. And with the idea of continuing in the future to be self-sustainable. And of course, without this would have not be possible, with the overall aim to create an infrastructure that make Europe more prepared, better prepared, resilient to next future threats, health threats that can arrive.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you all very much for a really interesting discussion. When I first saw the lineup of the panel, I thought, okay, infrastructure, but there's such different areas. How are we going to find the commonality? But it has come through very clearly in our discussion that it is about that collaboration. It's about that glue that HaDEA is able to provide alongside the funding, and possibly that the gaps arrive from us not working together, so that collaboration might be the way to fill those gaps in the future. So thank you all. Could get a round of applause, please, for our speakers. Now, I will ask you to stay because we'll take a photograph with Nicolas in just a moment. We are going to take a break for lunch. We're going to come back after lunch to have a discussion about innovation and advancing competitiveness. For that, I want you to take the time in between getting your nourishment to go to the stands in the foyer, specifically on converging, syntax, reproduce and THCS, because those are going to be the representatives on our next panel after the break. So thank you all very much for your attention. We'll see you back here at 2:15. Stand, I think, and Nicolas will join us then. Okay. So welcome back, and thank you all for being so very timely. And I hope you had a good lunch break. For all of those joining online, I hope you also had a chance to refresh yourself and prepare for our next two panels taking us through the rest of this afternoon's event. This next section, we are focusing on how to boost innovation and enhance competitiveness for Europe. As we know, this is absolutely key. We heard the Draghi report last year and saying that where we thought the gaps were and what we need is definitely more innovation. We're going to hear on our panel discussion from Converging, from Syntex, from reproduce and THCS are the four projects that we're going to be focusing on. But as before, we will start with a testimonial speech to really set the scene for us and hopefully highlight some of the big points that will come out of our discussion. So we're going to hear from Dr. Steffi Friedrichs, who is a founder and director of Acumenist, which is an internationally active consultancy driving the advancement of science and technology-based innovations through proactive initiatives in the public and the private sector. Steffi holds a PhD from the University of Oxford and specialises in nanotechnology, has worked for the OECD and is founder and general director of the Nanotechnology Industry Association Group. So Steffi, we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this excellent introduction. It's a big honor to be here. And spot the nerdy scientist, I insisted on slides, because I get the feeling I need you to look at something while I'm talking to you as well, something that you don't get out of the system. So I will be showing you something. I hope the visuals help a little bit, because the concept is a little bit tricky. In speaking here, I'm not going to tell you about something that would immediately come to mind if you ask somebody to give a testimonial about innovation and value creation and increase of competitiveness. I will still speak about the value chain, and it worked earlier, and now it doesn't anymore. That's Moore's law for you. Thank you. Value creation is still something that we are going to speak about here as well. I'm showing you here the very simplified, don't get cross with me, the very simplified model of a linear value chain. Obviously, it doesn't look like that. And it is the value chain and not the innovation chain. Innovation happens orthogonal to that. But I'm going to speak to you from a perspective of somebody who, in the speak of pioneers and entrepreneurs, improves the shovels and not the direct way to the gold. Because we are active in what you see at the bottom of the value chain here. We are looking more at doing research and innovation and improving the environmental impact, the workers' health and safety impact, and finally the impact on the people who are buying your products, who are benefiting from the better services and from the processes, by making sure that where you see the indication of that little euro sign there, that is where the value is created. It is the market that you need to make sure you have for your product or your improved process. If you don't have that one, it doesn't matter how much you put previously into the value chain. So we are making sure that whatever you are doing, we are working in the background, improving the shovels for you in order to improve the regulatory system behind it. So What we are working on is regulation, innovation of regulation. It was mentioned this morning also as well. We're essentially working on those loops that are orthogonal to the value chain, where at every step of the value chain, both for a product step and for a process step, an innovation is done. And we're making sure that that innovation is done safe and sustainable and has a number of additional criteria that are very high in what Maya sent this morning is our very high call to quality, safety, and our very high quality marks and standards here. We need to be proud of them, we need to embrace them, and we need to make them for us in order to create the market and create a value, a mark for the market, so to say. So what you can see here is essentially what we are calling regulatory risk and impact assessment. And as I was saying before, I'm glad I have something for you to look at because the words themselves are not super sexy. In fact, most of the people would say regulation is not something that we want more of. No, but we want to improve it. We want to streamline it. You heard earlier as well that healthcare is now largely digitalized. Well, in our regulatory system, we have a long way to go in order to digitalize. There may be a lot of pattern recognition already in the healthcare system. We don't yet have that to that extent in our toxicology. So testing a single product for market availability and for market access still requires on running a number of models, a number of animal studies that are quite frankly outdated. So that is what we are doing. We are working in the background. We are operating those things that are in the end creating a market for your products and processes. And in order to show you better what it is that we are doing, this is something that I would have done a little bit of, spending a lot of time in a dark room staring down an electron microscope. But it illustrates exactly what I'm trying to convey to you. So this is a high-resolution image. It's a time lapse of what happens in the lungs of an organism, of an animal, when little fibers, elongated fibers, are inhaled. And what you can see there in the middle, this sort of blobby cell that is very busy engulfing these small fibers, is a macrophage, and that is essentially the cleaning patrol for our lungs. They are rushing around and they are engulfing everything into themselves, and they are then transporting them away. And you can see that with the small ones, no problem whatsoever. On the long ones, it is really getting hung up. And that is essentially what it is. It is getting frustrated, and if it can't wrap itself around them, it will slowly get damaged and ultimately die. So what we need to tell you as toxicologists is your small fibers are good. Your small fibers and the longer ones, as long as you can curl them up like a spaghetti so that your macrophage can still get around them. The rigid ones, they may be small, but as long as they are rigid and the macrophage cannot get around them, that is when you have a problem. So finding that out is the first step. And then saying to the regulators, this is now the indication of the product specification you need to look for in order to know what the product is actually made of. Is it made of rigid fibers that need to be probably remodeled at the bench? That is now what we are calling safe by design. Or is it something that is a long fiber and it can probably be cleared by the macrophage and is no problem whatsoever? So the regulators need to be part of our projects, working with us in order to know what they are looking for in our new innovative materials. And the companies need to work with us as well, because they need to tell us what can you afford. You know, if you can't do a high-resolution time-lapse micrograph and movie on every one of the samples that is leaving your premises, so we have to transpose that into other readouts, into online readout mechanisms where we say, look for certain criteria, and if you meet these criteria, then your product is good to go to the market. Most of the time you don't hear about this. If you don't hear about it, it means we've done something correct. So essentially what that means is, I'm going to take you off that slide. Oh, one too far. Essentially what that means is we are writing proposals into the very good programs of calls that HaDEA has provided for us. And here you can see a little history of how we have been successful. We got a first proposal about advanced characterization of certain fibers and particles and environmental impact assessment and health impact assessment in 2022. And then 1 year later, we decided we need more of this, and we have many more ideas of what we should be doing. We applied for 3 consecutive calls, and we got all of these proposals funded. And believe me, having been a company up to that point of just 1 person, getting all 4 funded was the second worst case scenario. But that means we could actually work with the red line that HaDEA is putting through their calls, and we can answer that red line by saying we are building on our own learning curve here as well. We had 1 year in advance, and we have worked out what is important, and that is what we're now putting in our 3 sibling proposals, Chiasma, Insight, and Pink, and we are strategically basing them so that we can decrease the experimental lab work and increase the digitalization, as mentioned before, because all of that is necessary. And what we are contributing is we are bringing in partners who are sharing a lot of this. There's a lot of partners who are working on either 1, 2, or the 3 projects. We also bring additional funding. There is international partners. About a quarter of the entire funding of the 23.2 million comes from other partners. Korean partners are interested, Australian partners are interested, and American partners are interested because regulatory research is unique to Europe. We are the only ones who are doing it. It is actually not something that you can easily find doing anywhere else. Usually, the academic innovation process is not allowed to deal with regulatory requirements. So this is unique, and we are glad we have found the red line, and we could answer that red line with our strategic R&D. And just to summarize for you, what I strongly believe in is that what we're doing here is we are creating a pathway to enhance the processes and services in Europe. We are implementing more and more digitalization of both the value chain and the R&I processes that are running orthogonal to that. Better use of data, twinning, robotics, and we can now even dovetail it with an improvement of the functionalization. Material as a service is a key word here, and we can thereby improve the health of citizens and the environment in Europe. And what we would like to do, and that is what, looking at what the world is turning into at the moment and looking very worried, and also very much emphasizing and echoing what Roberto said before, our single market has to be the shock absorber to what is happening outside. But I'd like to actually turn that around. The shock absorber is just a little bit too passive. I think we ought to be something that can actively say, this is strong, this is something that we can put our mark on. And I believe that by strengthening our resilience, by bringing the entire value chain back into Europe, lowering our dependencies, strengthening the health, quality, and life of European citizens and the environment they're living in, we should be making that, this high quality, safety, and sustainability of products and processes, a mark for Europe. We should be proud of that. We should not be seen and not be saying, yes, we are over-regulated and we are jumping through too many hoops. We should say we make this the strong mark that the rest of the world is looking to. My one word of warning, and sorry, this is now a little anecdote, looking at what happened to Mercosur, I think we have a lot of communication to do on that last line. Before everybody in the value chain can agree with high quality, high safety and sustainability is a strength in Europe, we really need to work with everybody who's involved in that value chain. And I really mean everybody. I grew up on a farm between pigs and cows, and I had this whole thing of chemical innovation versus the agricultural work that my dad was doing every evening on the supper at the supper table. And it is a communication thing. And I beat myself up more about that than my dad did, I think. But this is what's happening to us now. We are asking so much of our citizens. We are asking them to increase animal welfare, to pay into the welfare system that we are living in, and to also make sure that climate change is warded off. And we are taxing labor very high. We can do all that, but we need to take everybody with us. So make sure that what we are understanding here is also understood outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Steffi. And indeed, I liked your simplified slides, really giving us a clear instruction of what we're thinking about. So thank you for setting the stage for us, because this panel is going to be about boosting innovation and enhancing competitiveness and how those two can work together. We're going to look at how it can be supported in particular by research and innovation, digitalization and circularity. So by leveraging digital technologies such as robotics and AI, Europe has the potential to reform its economy, transform the manufacturing processes into something truly fit for the future, and also to reduce waste, to conserve resources and create sustainable market opportunities. You're going to hear a lot about that over the next little bit less than an hour. The competitiveness compass is also something we will probably touch on a little bit, as this underscores the importance of that resource efficiency and the promotion of the circular material use. And we're also going to maybe touch a bit on as well reducing regulatory burden. We see that as part of the competitiveness compass, but there's a lot to get through. So I will now call up our speakers for this session, and I hope you've also had a chance to look at their stands outside, so know a little bit about the projects. So we have Nikos Dimitriopoulos, who is Senior Project Manager at the Laboratory for Manufacturing Systems and Automation. And Nikos focuses on flexible, safe and efficient human-robot collaboration and has participated in Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe projects. And he's particularly interested in Industry 5.0. He's representing the Converging project, which develops and validates smart, reconfigurable production systems that integrate humans, collaborative robots, and autonomous mobile agents as well under this trusted, safe, and inclusive social industrial environment. So we're going to hear a bit more about multi-level AI cognition and shared digital pipeline. I think those are some of your key phrases coming up. We also have Dr. David Brunil, Group Research Coordinator at LASEA, or LASEA. He has a PhD in laser matter interactions with 10 plus years leading R&D teams and specializing in precision optics, photonics and industrial laser applications, in particular research programs that bridge lab science and industrial use. He's here representing the Syntex project, and it's helping to develop advanced manufacturing tools using those very lasers and smart systems and combining those with precision machines and automated quality checks. The aim is to make industrial production more accurate and efficient. From the eProduce project, we have Dr. Ana Maria Martinez, who is Chief Scientist at Sintef, an independent non-profit research foundation in Norway, where she has worked since 2006, currently leading the corporate strategic area on minerals and critical raw materials and focusing on developing innovative and environmentally friendly process for the recovery of those raw materials. She's the coordinator of Reproduce, which aims to establish a closed-loop recycling of rare earth magnets from end of life right round into new magnets again. And the project builds a full recycling chain, so starting from collection, processing, refining, to remanufacture, and those technologies are actually tested at pilot plants across partner sites, so we'll hear more about that. And then finally, we have Dr. Giussi Condorelli, who is Director of the Office for the Internationalization and Promotion of Research Infrastructures within the DG of Research and Innovation at the Italian Ministry of Health. And she is a physician by training, but previously was the health attaché at the embassies of Italy in Washington, D.C. and in Beijing, so is advancing health diplomacy and international cooperation, and representing today the project THCS, which is Transforming Health and Care Systems. This is supporting the transformation of the European health and care systems by promoting digital innovation. So the objective of THCS is to contribute to the transition towards more sustainable, efficient, resilient, inclusive, innovative, and high-quality, people-oriented healthcare systems. So a long laundry list of challenges that you have to meet there. And for this purpose, it aims not only to create this new knowledge and scientific evidence, but to co-design actual new solutions and support their transfer and scale up across countries and regions. So a lot of commonality, but also, like the last panel, some differences there. Going to start, Anna Maria, with you, actually. And in your experience, tell us how the EU funding programmes contribute to reducing these dependencies on foreign supply chains, and they foster development of new high-value industries within Europe, tying it back to the reason we're all here today, to HaDEA.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, and thank you very much to HaDEA for the invitation. It's great to be here. As a researcher working with very, very complex problems from a research point of view, it's great to be able to share experiences. And so I want to say that innovation is crucial in competitiveness. We are in a quite, I don't know how to say, critical situation on a global perspective. And if we are talking about markets, the situation is also quite critical. So the only way to reach competitiveness is to develop innovations that are sustainable. And this is the only way to be competitive on a global level, because we are in a global market, like it or not. So in that case, EU-funded programs, they are instrumental in order to fund, on the first place, to fund us, innovators and industry partners that are willing to take the chance to explore innovative solutions, innovative technologies that perhaps can give the market that we are all after, right? So with the funding programs from the EU and especially from HaDEA, we are getting money to optimize technologies, to build up prototypes and demonstrate that these technological solutions can be feasible at industrial scale. And this is not easy target. It requires quite a lot of investment. And the funding from HaDEA is really precious. And from all the EU funding programs, I know better Horizon, right? But this is fundamental. Another aspect is that the way the EU funding programs and the HaDEA call topics they are foster is a multidisciplinary approach. Is a lot of different stakeholders involved in this kind of projects. It's a value chain approach, as we have here today many times. A value chain is super important. We have to know each of the steps in the value chain in order to know the needs of the value chain, the outcomes of each of the steps in the value chain in order to go further and in the end, hopefully, to a competitive market. So I will just summarize that these both things, both the funding, the money that we need to deploy at the industrial pilot level technologies, and also this multidisciplinary approach that we can embrace in EU-funded projects. This is really rewarding, working together with industry that are willing to explore extremely complex market niches. So maybe these two. But I also want to say that EU-funded is not only everything, right? We also hear today that policies, regulations are also super important. And talking about my project is about critical raw materials. Critical raw materials value chain are very disruptive. But there are also other mechanisms apart from EU-funded programs like the Critical Raw Materials Act that are, of course, boosting the final, hopefully, market deployment.
I mean, that's the value chain side of it. Talk to me just a little bit more about the reduction of dependencies on foreign supply chains. I mean, perhaps not dependency, but maybe over-dependency might be a better way of looking at it, because we do live in a global world.
Yes, well, I think maybe we should talk about reducing dependencies. I think we can, it will be very, very difficult to be independent. So in the case of my project, it's about the critical raw materials value chain, right? So we are trying to explore each of the steps of the value chain. In my case, the recycling value chain, which is a secondary raw materials value chain. The problem with the critical strategic raw materials is the dependency of single countries in many cases. So they are usually monopolizing, if you want to say, the market. So it's very difficult to come into the value chain, after all. So in addition, when there is not a primary value chain in place, it's very difficult to come to a secondary value chain also. So the thing that we are doing in EU-funded projects is to demonstrate that we have the capacities, that we have the technologies, that we have the know-how. We only lack investments and the companies willing to take the risk to go into market. Yes.
Well, let's stay with this point about reducing foreign dependencies in the supply chain. Nikos, how do you view that from your perspective? Has your project got any added element of that, or are we looking more at the value chain?
Yes, good afternoon also from my side. Thank you very much, Jennifer, for the introduction, and also to the HaDEA colleagues for the invitation. As representing Converging at the moment in our project, we are developing novel robotic solutions that are AI-driven and can provide shop floor workstations that are human-centric. And what we mean by that is that the operator is in the middle of the production system, and we bring technology to provide active assistance. So maybe from our point of view, from the experience from the project, we are developing AI-based solutions that we aim to run and deploy locally and avoid using foreign solutions that currently exist and have the lead in the market. Apart from that, in Converging, we are also focusing on training activities, aiming to close the gap, the innovation gap between academia and industry, and in such a way be able to bring to the market solutions that currently are existing by foreign countries.
David, coming to you, I mean, feel free to reflect as well on this question of reducing foreign dependencies, but I wanted to ask you about how the EU funding programmes can really support breakthrough research and innovation projects to achieve industrial scale and market integration, because I think those are quite key. We heard at the beginning about wanting to avoid the valley of death, where we go from innovation and then there's this gap to getting to this kind of scale. So how does the funding programme and your project deliver that and thereby advance the EU's strategic autonomy?
So first of all, just to thank you very much for the invitation. Also, I wanted to say that the funding programs are already crucial, as it was already said, are already crucial definitely for innovation or modernizing our industry. Typically in our case, so our laser machine manufacturer, and basically just the laser source that we use is so costly. So we are talking of several hundred of thousands euros just for one component of a machine. We will not be there today where we are today without such funding, for sure. 10 years ago, when I arrived at HaDEA, we were only 40 people, and greatly thanks to several fundings project, we are now about 200 people. And in order to achieve industrial scale, we think that one way, and we are talking about AI today, a lot about AI. Definitely, this is one of the way to go to AI in order to target scalable and high impact technologies, so AI or digitally based technologies, or other like clean or green technologies like laser and also some other ones. This will help a lot in terms of speeding up the scalability, also speeding up the innovation. We all know at least a bit about AI, that it's really performant. It's really a strong performance performant technology that can identify or extract some patterns from really huge amount of data, some patterns that will take ages for a human just to extract. And thanks to AI, we can have such pattern to be identified really, really fast. And so to be used or to create some links between, for example, some multi-physics variables and some very complex phenomena, AI can allow us is a great tool to allow us to go a lot faster on this. And this can also accelerate the research that can lead the way toward a smarter manufacturing, also bridge the gap between highly complex phenomena that will take ages without AI in order to transform it or to apply it into day-to-day manufacturing. Also, AI can also help in terms of democratization of a highly complex technology, the use of such technology, Just still few years ago, at HaDEA, we needed highly skilled people, like PhD people, only PhD people, or extremely experienced people just to use a laser machine, because the phenomena are extremely complex on the workpiece. And now, thanks to AI, it becomes more and more easy to use a machine. So I'm going to a bit of detail, but if you want to texture or to machine such material, you want to do such shape or such speed, and then instead of doing a research that will take days or weeks sometimes, then you can do the same thanks to the fast learning of AI. You can do the same in only a few minutes. Just an example. Also, some technologies like laser technology. This is what we know the best, but we have seen during the last years that there was an exponential increase of the power of the laser sources. This is just an example of what is possible to do thanks to such technology. Why? Just because the productivity of such technology is directly linked with such high power. But now we have this power. This is great, but now we have to use it. And just to transform this light into productivity, then there is a lot of R&D to do about that. Also, one thing that we think that is really important is also kind of gap between public and private organization, and to fill this gap, to make public and private partnerships stronger. Yeah, that was my...
Before I move on to Josie, Anna Maria, let me just ask you again the question regarding how do we achieve industrial scale and market integration? How, in your perception, is there that gap that we worry about a lot between startup to scale up?
Yeah, this is a tricky one. So EU-funded programs, they help definitely with the funding, yes. And also for industrialization and market deployment, it helps with visibility. I was talking before about the multidisciplinary approach, value chain approach. We have within one consortium a lot of stakeholders, usually covering the whole value chain, but we also have the opportunity to cluster with other sister projects about the same problems, about the same issues broadly. So we really create not only innovation ecosystems, but also market deployment ecosystems with the EU-funded programs. And I find this very rewarding, the visibility. I mean, for example, this event, it for sure gives visibility to specific problems that we are trying to address in each of our projects. And many other events that are organized by HaDEA, the PDAC conference, for example, it was named before, mining a huge conference where the EU has a booth. So this helps us to gain visibility, perhaps attract the attention of investors or other stakeholders. In our project, we are, as all the high tier level projects that are willing to industrialize, we are creating business cases out of the project results. So we are already having exploitation routes that we are pursuing. And the EU funding programs also are helping on that path, which is not an easy one either, but it really helps with contacting stakeholders and be visible in terms of investors. And also there are other programs that are not funding programs that I'm involved because I'm a researcher mainly, but they are also towards upscaling the market uptakes for companies that are willing to take the risk. There is also help from EU funding programs, yes.
Thank you. Josie, so we're hearing there a bit from the other colleagues on the panel about the innovation, these new technologies, and I was drilling into the idea that we want to scale up to market, to really sort of market access. I mean, part of the reason we want that is we want people, we want citizens to be able to take advantage of these new technologies. And so I guess that maybe is where we have an intersection with the work that you're doing. Tell us a bit about that, and then I want to come on to ask you about data as well.
Yeah.
Yes, hello everyone, and thank you for the question, and thank HaDEA for this opportunity. So I represent the partnership THCS, and I would like to say a few words about it and how it is different from other projects represented here today. So THCS is not a transforming health and care system, is not an action, neither a coordination and support action, nor a research and innovation action. It is a co-funded, a European co-funded partnership where the EU funding is pooled together with other resources, national and regional resources from more than 30 funding research institutions across Europe, 21 member states and 5 states associated to Horizon Europe, so in the frame of Horizon Europe, of course. And these make a huge difference because it helps to scale up, and we have been talking about scaling up a lot today. It helps to scale up the magnitude of what we already do. So thanks to the European funding and HaDEA support, we can fund joint transnational calls that are 30 million per call per year, mainly focus on, in this case, in our case, the transformation of health system and the use of AI and data-driven solution for that. In the last 3 years, we joined 3 JCTs, we had the opportunity to fund more than 60 projects, out of which the 10% is focused on AI initiatives and the development of products and process AI-based. I could give more example if you give me time, so just to have a concrete idea of what we have been funding lately. Initiatives that are projects that we funded, for example, that are AI-enabled telemedicine and remote monitoring system that are used to manage the chronic diseases such as epilepsy or hypertension. So the combination of data, clinical data, and the monitoring data can help to detect crisis, both epilepsy or hypertension crisis, from earlier than the standard time, and so consequently you can intervene with the proper therapy, or projects that are help the patient and help the smooth transition from hospital to home, to the patient home, combining data coming from the hospital, data from primary care, and data from the monitoring at home. So in this case, with AI, we can analyze all this data and we can implement the home care and also reduce the risk of the readmission to the hospital. And also another example that I actually really like is the use of AI on mental health. And think that maybe 10 years ago, we could even use both words in the same sentence, mental health and AI. And so now, thanks to this funding project, we can detect mental health diseases much faster using even the language, analyzing with AI the language of the patient, his behaviors, and all other information. So I could share more examples. Others of these are based on personalized medicine, which is very popular right now. Well, you say you will ask me something about data, so I will connect what I just said with the next question of data.
Well, the question, and it occurs to me as you're speaking, that I want to introduce the concept of trust as well, because particularly when we're talking about health data, it's sensitive personal data. And I'm wondering whether being backed by HaDEA and the EU funding engenders more of that trust when it comes to the reuse of data. So how does that work for you, and how does the funding help there in in engendering, you know, more acceptance of your project. I know Maya Matthews on the first panel mentioned the European health data space and how that is something that's being set up. But is that relevant to you, and does the funding that you receive at an EU level help?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, because we can scale up. Being a huge partnership, we have, first of all, we have trust. We mentioned trust many times today. And also with this funding and the support of HaDEA, we can help, we can support innovation to move beyond the single, simple, small, and isolated pilot. So in this way, with all the collaboration of all the partners, we can create, we can generate a data space. Okay, it's not the European data, not yet, but we can start from this. And in this way, we can share the results. We can compare the results. We can learn faster, and we can faster understand what works in different contexts. And in this way, we can create a coordinated European approach, which actually is the starting point for policy development, because when we start the dialogue with policymaker, and we need to start evidence-based and data-based dialogue, and we know that this is the goal to reach the policymaker, which is exactly before the benefit of the citizen and the patient in our case.
Well, Nikos, I imagine there is some intersection there with the work you're doing at Converging, because you're talking about making AI more relevant in manufacturing and in the workplace. So talk to me a little bit about that and how the HaDEA funding maybe helps with, if you like, the trust question.
Yes. So in Converging, as you mentioned, we have several modules, several technologies based on AI. And I can give a couple of examples on this. We can predict the intention of the operators, what their next action will be, for example, and adapt the robot behavior accordingly to provide assistance or to avoid any kind of safety incidents. This decision that is being taken by AI, of course, should be trusted. The goal is to be trusted by the operators. What we are trying to do is to provide visual clues or even confirmation user interfaces that the operators can use to confirm the action of the robot, and in such a way they can gain trust of the system. Another thing that we are doing, another approach, is that we are involving the end users from early enough in the design phases of the project, and we are co-developing the solutions together with them. And in such a way, the idea is that they will be able to trust the system. They have been part of the development of it. They have provide feedback. They provide feedback. So this is something that we think can help with the trust in such AI systems.
Well, another question for you that I also asked in the last panel, and that is to tell me a bit more about what are the practical benefits of collaborating with other European partners during the implementation of your project.
Okay, so of course the first part, the most obvious part, is that we can combine a variety of expertise involving both academia and interested partners, but also end users. In such a way we can combine expertise and develop a solution that otherwise would not be possible or would have taken more time than what is currently being done. This is one aspect. Another aspect is that, and I want to link it also with the previous question, that by involving industrial partners in the projects, we can get access to data and facilities that otherwise would not be possible. We have one practical example from the Converging project, where we are developing a perception system that is able to identify defects on the surface of an aircraft. We developed the solution using our own data set, but in order to make something that is useful for the end user, we would need to have access to real data. And this is something that the end user provided, and we're able to have access to such data and improve our solution. One more point related to facilities. In converging, we have access to the facilities of the end users, where we can perform experiments and gather feedback for our technology. And we are also developing a network of open pilots. This is a small-scale version of the final demonstrators, where industrial partners and also technology providers can test their solutions. So this kind of collaboration can provide us capabilities that otherwise would not be possible.
I want to ask the other panelists as well, what have been your practical experiences of partnering and collaboration? David, perhaps you can go first.
So we have participated to several European funded projects, and again, thanks a lot for this. What we have experienced is, we talked about trust before, and I have to say that it's something that from our point of view always seemed to be obvious. It was never questioned. I never experienced any project where the trust of another partner was questionable. Never, or maybe I was lucky, but fortunately for us, we have never such bad experience. At contrary, as you said, actually, also a good advantage of such a partnership is that you can extend your network just by having a partner coming from another country. It can be the next country or quite 2 hours of flight away country. That makes a huge increase of your partner or your network. Both for research, but not only for research, also for the customers as well. Regarding what we can think about the innovation gap somehow. So is maybe what we see from our point of view, from an SME point of view, is that there is a huge potential in terms of technology. We see that there is this morning we talk about excellence in
I'm going to come back to that, because I want to ask the other ladies as well about how much and to what extent you've partnership. We'll come back to the innovation gap in a minute. Do you see, working on your project, have you had the advantages of partnering with other collaborators, and how important is that?
As I said before, yes, absolutely, and we are lucky because we have many partners. We have, in addition to the European funding, we have our national and regional funding research institutions. So we can absolutely scale up in this way, and this is the advantage not only from the financial point of view, but also for the opportunity we have to put in common all our expertise and knowledge and sharing results.
And Anna Maria, same question as well. What have been the advantages for you on a practical level of collaborating with other partners?
I mean, it's fundamental to partner in this kind of complex projects, right? So it's a collaborative projects we are working with, and this is exactly the word, collaborative. It's to do together something that alone we can't do. And so it's very important to have a wide consortium that is covering, as my colleague said, the whole value chain or the whole perspective, from the first point to the last point, to end users, to those that are close to the market, which are those that we are trying to reach in the end. And then it's different good things for different organizations, right? From my perspective as a researcher from a research institute, we learn a lot about different technologies from our colleagues, from our industry partners. We learn a lot about their models, their business cases. We also get to know their clients. So it's very rewarding. It's it's a fantastic, and I think it's quite unique approach the EU-funded programs have, to have this value chain, multidisciplinary, multi-party approach, from industries to research institutes to universities thinking about the skills that are needed for the future industries. This is also super important. Don't forget about that. So I think we are doing a very unique approach in Europe.
Yeah, you raise a really good point. I don't think we have time on this panel to get into the question about the skills gap, but it is there, and maybe we'll talk about it during the networking breaks. David, to come back to the innovation gap and the need to close it, how can the EU-funded projects really help, and how can they help, if you like, coordinate the cross-industry synergies that we need, and maybe even define what we mean by an innovation gap?
As I was saying, so regarding from our point of view as a SME, what we see is that there is a really high level, a good pool, I would say, of excellence in Europe. But on one side, what we see is that there is a strong or huge, a lot of possibilities from the technical point of view, from the science point of view. We can do a lot. We are really good in science and in technology development, but this side of the pool, I would say, does not necessarily know what are the needs of the different markets or what are the needs of the different sectors. On the other side, that quite often happen when we had some customers coming visiting or just coming for buying a machine, and they see that we can do a lot of other things. It seems that the markets or the different sectors do not know what is technically possible or what can be the different solutions. Or, oh, we thought that that was impossible. Oh, yes, the laser can do that, or another technology can do that. And this definitely here there is a gap. One thing that the European project helps into is that to fulfill this gap, but I don't think, from our point of view, maybe this is not enough. We think that because Europe, it's 450 million of people, it says as a huge market, one of the biggest on the planet. So this is a lot. This is really a big market, and there's no. So as far as we know, there's no. We do need something to gather all the information, at least from our point of view, from the needs, to gather all the information, all the needs that are required from the different sectors. And also on the other side, to gather all the possibilities that the technology can offer. We think that there is something which is needed in the between, at least to list the two sides of this gap.
Nicolas, I noticed you nodding there at a couple of points. I mean, are we a little bit too siloed as industries when it comes to innovation? Or what are the key points that you would echo from what David has said?
Yes, I fully agree with what David stated. We also noticed ourselves that there is a gap between the knowledge transfer among academia and industry. While we are talking with our industrial colleagues, maybe to develop a new proposal, for example, when we are presenting what is currently the state of the art, we notice that they are not aware of it. So what we are doing also in Converging is to try to develop training webinars or training sessions either in a remote way or also in a physical way at the pre-pilots that we have set up, in order to train the industry, the local industry, of what is currently possible by the technology that we are developing and what can be the next steps. And maybe another idea towards this would be to develop a repository of success stories from the EU projects, so that I know that there are similar platforms already existing, but we should try to publish the results on such platforms, and in such a way our industrial colleagues can see what is currently possible in simple terms, with simple terminology, because sometimes we as researchers can use difficult words. And maybe this can be another point that can help to close this gap.
Well, we like practical suggestions here in this room, and you've got the right people in front of you taking notes, so very good suggestion. Anna Maria, just before I go on to a final round, any thoughts on whether we are a little bit too siloed in terms of industries when it comes to really getting the innovation for these breakthroughs that we want?
Well, maybe, but it's also true that, I mean, if we talk about industries, they are very busy with their day problems, so to speak. So I have, for example, experienced in my project, as I said before, we have the complete recycling value chain from end-of-life products to very important critical raw materials for the EU, for the new industries and the technological development that we need, and it's the rare earths, right? And I have industry partners from each step in the value chain. I have equipment manufacturers that have been providing machines in the recycling industry for many years. And you have to educate them that there is more value in the recycler side than you can make a machine for them to. So it's true that when in terms of innovation and technological development, the industry lives in silos. So, of course, as my colleague said, one thing is to have a kind of repository, but I don't think the industry goes to the EU repositories to see what can I do. It's more that, I mean, to raise awareness, and here we are talking about industry awareness, what are the possibilities, what are the opportunities, societal awareness also in the recycling, in the circularity. We are very much dependent on the citizens to give back their end-of-life products in order to be able to recover the valuable materials that are in there. So I'm really not sure when we talk about silos, there can be technological silos, there can be industry silos, but I don't know how to really raise awareness on the very critical problems that we are facing. We thought in our project that everyone knows about rare earths, you know, and then rare, what is that? I mean, you know, you are receiving end-of-life vehicles. As you know, I'm in Norway, so we are almost 90% of the new cars that are sold today and 10 years ago is electrical vehicles, and they are most of them at end of life. The batteries have to be recycled per law because it's a hazardous material, but we were trying to tell them, you know, in your electric motor there is more value. And they told me, oh, rare earths, oh, what is that, you know? My motor already is a commodity. It's a lot of copper, I sell it. So it's kind of to raise awareness, to maybe try to save those silos that exist everywhere. But I don't have the solution. I don't know what is the best.
Well, we're not putting you on the spot to solve all the EU's problems today on the panel. I'm going to go, we're nearly wrap up time, so I'm going to give a final word to everyone. Jussi, if you had a final takeaway from our discussion, what would it be? What would you like people to go away into the coffee break thinking about and maybe talk some more about?
Well, we have been talking about supply chain, supply chain, but I will say we need more, we need to stop to import also other things. I mean, not just that. We need to make Europe stronger in terms of governance, skills, data infrastructures, and so on. And I'm talking mainly from the health point of view, but today the colleague from the space, she said exactly the same. So we need to be stronger not only in terms of material, in terms of real supply chain, but in terms of everything. And another point that I would like to stress is that we can work on research and innovation, research and development, but we need to be supported until the very last end of the process. Not just discover something, but help. We need help to take this discovery to the final user. In my case, is the patient or just the citizen, as I said.
Thank you. I think that's a really good point that may even be the central point of this discussion, that we need to bridge the gap and therefore we need also awareness raising and support. Anna Maria, a final takeaway from you, please.
Well, we are here to discuss and to talk about how EU funding programs are helping in very important societal challenges that we are facing today. And again, two main points, robust innovation ecosystems it's very important to try to create industrial symbiosis through value chains, and also the multi-party way of working in EU-funded programs is really rewarding, because we can really go from the first to the last end of the value chain and trying to reach out market with different mechanisms that we can have as a part of EU funding programs. This is maybe.
Thank you. David, a takeaway or a key thought from you, please.
So well, already a lot has already been said, and I totally agree with all of you. And maybe one thing regarding, so again, the funding programs. So as discussed during the break, so we have all experienced the time it takes to submit a project, the time it takes just to build a consortium, or just to be aware. Again, awareness is something really important of what organization can complete a consortium. It's quite, so there is a lot of work to be done on this, but maybe also, and I don't want to be to say bad things, but just to maybe some agility. I think we need more agility. When you want to submit a project, currently it takes few months to build a consortium, few months to write a proposal, to submit it, and then we have the time of the project. From our experience, in average 3 years, sometimes more. And so at the end, we end with a prototype, or we end with something that works, which is great. But it took 4 and sometimes even 5 years from the day when we decided to commit to do this work to the end of the work, to the real end of the work. And then we still have the exploitation phase after that. So that takes a lot of time. And there, I think we need a lot of agility. And from our point of view, again, I think we need to make another gap to fill from the specialized to the specific.
Right. And finally, then, Nicolas, a final word from you. We're not feeling terribly agile, so we need our coffee. So what's your snappy takeaway?
Okay, so maybe from my side, I would like to focus a bit on the collaboration. You know, innovation is not a straight line. As David mentioned, a lot of time passes between the writing of the proposal and also the delivery of the results. What I would like to highlight a bit is that throughout the duration of the project, it would be good to have a number of cycles, delivery cycles, where the end users can test the solutions, provide feedback, and the developers can reiterate on the developments. This has the potential to develop solutions that at the end would be approved and well received by the end users, and may lead to a better commercialization of the products, of the outcomes of the projects.
Well, thank you all very much. I mean, there's once again a bit of synergy here. I think we're hearing awareness raising, very important. Collaboration, like the last panel, also essential and key, but perhaps end-to-end support for the projects and really delivering to the end user, be that patients, be that society, be that businesses, what can be achieved with research and innovation in Europe. Thank you all very much. Can we have a round of applause, please, for our panelists? So we're going to take another coffee break now, and once again, I'm going to direct you to specific stands outside. Hopefully you've seen them all by now, but for our final panel of the day, we are going to be looking at HaDEA, HOLA 5G OLU, BASID, and EU Fab. So you can go and check out those stands outside, and we will start again at 4 o'clock. Thank you. And can I invite Steffi? Can I invite you back for a photograph? So we are in our final segment of today's event, and I hope you've been enjoying the stimulating conversation from our project representatives and our testimonial speakers. So this final section, we are going to be looking at how to secure essential societal functions for all. We've touched on that in the previous panels, but now we'll really focus in on what is important from that perspective, whilst keeping an eye on what the actual projects that are funded by HaDEA do, and of course the overall aims of the EU regarding preparedness and competitiveness. But to start, as always, we have our testimonial speaker, who is a biomedical project coordination and biobank infrastructures expert, who with extensive experience in managing multidisciplinary research consortia. His work includes quality assurance, data, sample governance and infrastructure planning, and focuses on ensuring reliable access to critical health resources. So very much leading into our panel discussion. So please welcome Timm Weber, Deputy Head of the Staff Unit for Medical Information Systems and Digitalization, Coordinator of the University Centre of Digital Healthcare at the University Hospital Frankfurt. Timm.
So is it on? Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot. I'm honored to be here and got the chance to speak for this audience. My pleasure. I'm very happy that Steffi already used some slides here because I couldn't go without slides on my side. So I would just like to get in a brief view because a lot of topics has already been stressed out today. So I'm trying to have like a little bit of a national German perspective at the beginning. So like the major problems or major challenges we're having right now on the management and on the structural level. So as you can see on the left side, we all know that we have a democratic shift towards an aging society. Just give you one or two few numbers here. We have an increase of 16% of chronic and multimorbid patients within the last decade. And the prognosis up to 2030 is even more. So we're having here a challenge we have to address. This is then combined, as you see on the slides and on the graphs in the middle, with a disbalance between high and rising personal costs on one side. In the healthcare system itself, you see like maybe this tiny little red dots are circled in, which is Germany in the comparison of the other EU member states. With the cost development, and on the other side, we're having a huge workload, at least in Germany, within the hospital section itself. So you see the graph down there, Germany marked red down there, and as an example, Denmark and Norway do have like 2.5 times more physicians and nurses per 1,000 hospital cases. So that's where we stand right now. And this is then being combined with like increasing costs by declining cases in the hospital, more complex cases, so that's something we have to consider in there. And also we have a problem in the infrastructural financing from the state side. So we are talking here about like only 50% of the needed financial support we have an average, so that means a gap of 3.25 billion euros each year we have to compensate throughout the system. Besides that, we are also have different additional challenging situations towards the day-to-day life situation. I just try to stress out a little bit. So let's focus upon the critical infrastructure itself, the hospital sector, healthcare sector being a part of this, as we all know. The problem is that the healthcare sector is really highly dependent upon other infrastructures in this system. I marked a few here which are very important for us. So like the energy sector is one. If there's a failure, we just had at the beginning of this year a failure through a sabotage act in Berlin, which kept us operating. So we could handle the situation, but this means for these hospitals being involved there, they kept on a very basic level to do their normal work. We are not talking about here patients, or we are talking about patients in emergency situations and not the normal care we are supposed to fulfill on our side. Water supply is the same, or like as we have in the COVID pandemic, this extreme shortage of face masks. I remember colleagues wrapping themselves up in plastic bags because we're having a huge lack of material here. So just a few examples. One thing that is right now the most threat we are having in the system is cyber attacks. I just found, or you see the red column up there. So this is like from from the beginning of the century up to today, the threats we are having here, severe threats for cyber attacks upon healthcare itself. So that's a problem we are facing. And just to mention one or two of these, you may remember 2017, the ransomware attack upon the NHS, which crippled the system very heavily. Other examples like from the German perspective was the University Hospital of Düsseldorf in 2020 or our own facility in 2023, and we're still suffering from these consequences, even though that there were no data encrypted, no lack of performance in the end, at least at our side, but it's still a problem we try to handle. So let me quote our former Federal Minister of Health, Karl Lauterbach: "We are not sufficiently prepared for disasters or collective defense scenarios." So that's something we are still in this situation. To kind of shortly sum this up, so hospitals, on one hand, we're good at sprints. So short-term, high-volume events, that's something we can handle. Mass casualties like an airplane crash or like a football stadium collapsing. So we are good at this. We are training this, prepared through mass casualty incident scenarios. What the COVID-19 pandemic showed that we are very poorly prepared on the other side for like long-term events, prolonged complex crisis with mass casualties in here. And right now, one of the highest threats we are discussing in the moment is like a large-scale military conflict as a NATO Article 5 scenario, which we're talking about here, approximately 1,000 patients per day, casualties per day, only for Germany, and we are talking here not about civilian casualties. And that's the problem, a problematic, which will kind of stresses out the system very heavily. So, okay, here it goes. So how can digitalization helps to reduce these threats and build up resilience? So on a management level, we do need legal initiatives to enable the hospitals to improve their digitalization, the digitalization level, with the focus of reducing redundant labor and tasks, so we can then optimize our resources for their really primary assignments, which we sometimes right now are having a hard time to fulfill, and including to build up leaner care networks. Just a few examples here. So like one is the German Hospital Future Act or the Next Generation EU. These frameworks have funded us and enabled us for higher and secure digitalization standards on an individual hospital level, which is needed for everything. A lot of things we've discussed today already, but if the hospital itself, small hospitals are still sometimes operating with paperwork, so when we talk about digitalization, there's a huge gap we have to go through. So that's one way, so we can reach here electronic health records, telemedicine, e-prescription, and security, very important security within the sensitive data we have to go along with every day. Another focus and initiative is the Hospital Care and Improvement Act, which is now in Germany at least needed a focus upon regional care networks and cross-sector care facilities, in which the most of it is still relying upon digitalization in one or the other form, data exchange, telemedicine, to build up these quality networks we need here. On a direct digitalization level, an electronic health record, which is operational, full functional, for cross-sectional exchange of medical data is absolutely needed. In Germany, we just started with the EPA, the elektronische Patientenakte. And we are in the first steps here. It's good that it's coming, but we need more. And when we then think about the European health data space, which is essential to have this data exchange for care on the one side, or on the other side for science to being exchanged, there's still a long way to go to build up our surveillance. I've picked out here one thing which is key enabler, I think, for the near future, which is the 5G technology, which we brought or have been working on in our EU-funded project, 5G for University Hospital itself. So we built here a redundant high-performance network besides the normal network we are having. So if one system fails, we can still operate. So starting with this basic, and from there on now, we can think about new patient care models. like real-time data transmission from diagnostic devices, long-term ECGs as one example. Telemedicine, sure, is another one which you have to deal with right now, which enables us to be independent of local technical requirements here using this technology. You see the picture on the right side, it's a mobile 5G ultrasound, so you have like a normal standard tablet you can use, you have your ultrasound device being connected to it, and with a secure 5G network, we are able to have our experts working with the persons right at this, directly at the patients, and we can see how we can improve here a whole care concept cross-sectional. Video consultation is going to the same direction, so we can create here new working models and more effective use of resources, so like a better work-life balance, either for the patients on one side, but also for our employees. And 5G enables us to easier implement cooperations between high-performance healthcare providers and like local providers in a decentralized situation. And it was mentioned just on the panel before, we had this home care monitoring. That's a real good thought which gives us as hospitals the possibility to strengthen, to shorten the length of stay within our facilities, have patients being at home with mobile devices being controlled from our side, in kind of an outpatient ward with some mobile caretakers. So that's the next innovative step I think we have to reach. I saw outside at one of the projects that it has already been realized. So, and one last example is like a patient and device tracking, so like real-time view upon our processes, and to see then analyze them and see how we can optimize them. So just being at the end of it, very shortly, what we need is a better cross-section data exchange and transparency. That's, I think, one of the key messages we have here. So we can build up and change the care systems from individual hospitals towards networks of care. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Tim. So we are now at our final panel discussion, and we're going to be talking about securing essential societal functions for all. Now, last March, I'm sure you know, the EU launched its EU preparedness strategy, which takes a so-called all hazards approach, encompassing both natural and human-induced risks. It's proposing this whole government approach to really increase resilience and preparedness. We've heard a lot on previous panels a bit about the health preparedness, but we're going to also maybe take into account the fact that this looks at other areas, including cyber attacks, sabotage, disinformation, as well as food security, and all those broader areas all fall under this EU preparedness strategy. But we're going to hear once again from the projects that you will have seen outside, and I'm going to introduce you to our speakers. We have Betty Haram-Popoulou, who is Director of the European Association of Remote Sensing Companies and President and CEO of Geosystems Hellas, and is coming to us from the HaDEA project. Now, she has decades of experience in geological sciences, remote sensing, photogrammetry and GIS technologies. She's actively involved in several European space associations, contributing to strategic discussions on Earth observation and industry development. So the project is an EU governmental crisis management hub for forced population displacement using space assets and state-of-the-art technologies to try and address these changes for these displaced people due to population movement, due to events like wars, climate change, extreme weather events, food shortages and poverty. So taking into account many of the things that fall under that EU preparedness strategy. So Betty, please do join me on stage. Thank you very much. Andrew Conway is Chief Technology Officer for Europe at Bolden Networks, which is a leading global provider of shared communications infrastructure and a pioneer in private networks. And he has decades of experience in cellular network design, specializing in deploying advanced connectivity solutions for mission-critical environments. So you see already a little bit of intersection with Betty's work. The project he is representing today is the HoLA 5G Olu, which sets up a private 5G network inside a hospital to test real medical uses. The network connects devices, wearable sensors, and the clinical systems with very low latency, which is obviously essential when we're thinking about health. Doctors can use augmented reality and remote tools to help diagnosis and treatment, and the project reduces the time spent on paperwork, a round of applause for that, I think, as well, and for clinical workflows. So it's a pilot project showing how 5G can really make hospitals safer, more efficient, and is one of the first practical examples of this happening within European healthcare. So please, Andrew, grab your seat on stage as well. Annette Norman is a BESID communications specialist at the University of Tartu for the BESID 2 project. She works on outreach, engagement and media literacy initiatives, focusing on connecting the research outcomes to communities to improve public information ecosystems. And the project is teaching people how to spot false information and think critically online. It creates easy-to-use materials for schools, for parents, for seniors. It runs workshops, facts checks, and monthly reports on trending misinformation, something that is, if you like, mission critical to introducing a sort of resilience in our human society here in Europe. The work will help communities resist misleading narratives and stay informed by combining education and monitoring. So Annette, please take your seat. And finally for this panel, Marta Figa-Bosch is a Strategic Projects Director at HIPRA and describes herself as a multi-purpose manager. She has experience in regulatory, marketing, sales, R&D and quality control. So is representing today EU FAB. She also brings an international perspective as well, but EU FAB builds a network of ready-to-use vaccine factories across Europe. And these, if you like, ever-warm sites keep the equipment and the staff prepared, up to date quickly, so that if a health emergency occurs, they are there and can hit the ground running, so that the factories can make vaccines fast, with the network reducing dependence on external suppliers, as we spoke about in the last panel, as well as shortening those delivery times. So EU FAB secures priority manufacturing rights for public health needs, strengthening Europe's ability to respond quickly to pandemics. So thank you very much, Marta. And so, thank you all for being here. We'll take the same approach as the previous panels. I'll try to find synergies, even though you all work on different areas, because I'm sure there are plenty there. And we'll relate it all back to the importance of the EU funding from HaDEA. Annette, let me start with you, and let's start with the challenges. Talk me through what are the most significant challenges that you've observed in relation to the EU's preparedness, and what your project is doing to deal with that.
Well, I think one of the clearest challenge is the speed and scale at which now crises unfold, especially in the information space, because crises no longer start as isolated events. They expand across borders and languages and cultures, and especially platforms. And they often even outpace the institutional response times. I think we saw this during COVID-19 as well, but I would like to point out that in the Baltic region today, we see wars, elections, energy policy, and even public health quickly turn into a form of an information crisis. And we see a lot of harmful narratives that are adopted from Kremlin's playbooks spread widely long before authorities can coordinate a response. And those narratives, unfortunately, live their own lives on these platforms. And I think a second major challenge is also fragmentation. While we do see strong initiatives at the EU and national levels, data sharing and even the simplest strategic communication and early warning systems, they still differ across sectors and member states. And when we do actually have a moment of crisis, this clear lack of interoperability creates delays exactly at the time when we need crucial cooperation. And thirdly, I think there's a gap between regulation and real-world enforcement, particularly online. Our stress test embedded of the Digital Services Act showed that platforms very often ignore user reports of disinformation and hate speech and even incitement. And they usually acted only when they were pressured by the regulators. And we see that this undermines the DSA's core promise of user empowerment. And especially in the context of the Baltics, it leaves the very vulnerable communities, such as the Russian-speaking audiences in the Baltic countries, exposed during sensitive times, such as elections. And we've talked about trust today a lot, has been mentioned, and what we do see is trust deficit. Whether in vaccine hesitancy or energy debates or democratic protests, disinformation unfortunately succeeds because it exploits low trust in institutions and people's desire for agency.
Thank you, Annette. Well, I'm going to give everybody else a chance to, if you like, highlight what they find as one of the most significant challenges. Marta, let me come to you next. What from your perspective, are the key challenges in relation to the EU's preparedness for crises?
I would highlight two challenges. And the first one is, as you mentioned, we have a reserve capacity in case of a crisis. And so far, our deliverable has been to show we are prepared for that. But I would say, thank God, we have not been activated because there hasn't been an emergency crisis. So we haven't been in the place of manufacturing a vaccine for this crisis. But this will be a challenge, I think, because we have, as I said, we have demonstrated that we are prepared. But in case we are activated, we need to activate all this mechanism of transferring one idea from either a research center or of a company or a third party to our facilities. So even though we think that we are prepared, we have not been able to still put this in place. So this is one challenge that I think that we would be successful, and that's why we are working on the health emergency preparedness plan every year, receiving audits and having all this. But this is something that also goes to the second challenge I wanted to highlight, which is how we demonstrate society that we are prepared and that we are more ready to face another crisis than we were when COVID-19 when COVID-19 appeared, right? So this would, I guess that this would be the second challenge that I would highlight. But this is good news at the end, because we are living in a societal vital function in a normal way in this case. So I hope that this can be demonstrated if it's necessary, but we can keep in peace a long time.
Thank you. Betty, let's hear your view of how we're managing these preparednesses and what are the biggest challenges that you see should be working.
In my point of view, because I'm speaking for another sector, which is space and ICT, I see two challenges. The first challenge, as the colleague from the Face in the Morning mentioned, is the dependencies. We, as Europe, in the space sector, we have dependencies on specific materials to countries outside Europe. So this is a big challenge, and was also identified before the submission of our project THEA. And the second challenge is because THEA is speaking for immigration flows, and it was designed for immigration flows based mainly on climate change effects 2.5 years ago. Because of the geopolitical situation and the changes, we have been identifying continuously new gaps. So this is another challenge.
And Andy, your key challenge to kick us off.
Hi, good afternoon. So I think from the sector that I represent, which is telecommunications and its kind of interplay with what we've talked about this afternoon, I would say really it's all about resilience, digital resilience in particular, and how you plan for that. I think nowadays connectivity and telecoms, it's something that we all rely on so much. It's almost another utility. If you don't have the internet for a few hours, or some people perhaps a few minutes, it can be a big panic. And so we'll talk about it later this afternoon with the OLU project that we've been involved in, but it's how you plan for network resilience, physical infrastructure, different fiber optic connections. This type of thing is so important in the planning. And this is why we believe that alongside the national carriers, the mobile network operators in a country, there is space as well for a concept which we call 5G private network, where an enterprise or a hospital can actually have its own network, air-gapped and completely separate from national network providers, which do go down from time to time. So that's what we see as the biggest challenge.
Coming full circle a little bit from what Roberto Viola was alluding to this morning at the outset. Marta, let me come to you then. The EU's resilience depends on cross-sector collaboration. That was very strongly underlined by our first panel and again by our second panel this afternoon. So how can healthcare communications, space and other public and private entities cooperate effectively to respond to these crises? I'm thinking things like data sharing or interoperability. And can you give any examples that you've encountered?
Yes. To answer your question, I have tried to find out more about the projects I am sharing the panel with to try to find these synergies, these potential synergies. And I think that, of course, one of the things that somehow combines us is that we all work for a project that can put us back to this society vital function that we were discussing, and that's we are all sitting here. But also, I think that we all take part on the preparedness chain, right? I mean, some of us work in identification, some of us work in communication, some of us work in coordination, and finally, I would be the last pillar in manufacturing all these, no? And the connectivity line that puts us all together is data, as you said. And the more trust, the more interoperable and the more timely data we can have, the more resilient, the more competitiveness, and the more prepared we all be. So taking data as the main topic of this connectivity between projects. I think that for HaDEA, I think that you get space and situational awareness that can provide early signals and contextual data that supports faster public health decisions, like an activation of the UFAP. So it's connecting two projects. And for example, West Nile virus is an example of this. Okay, all this climate change will take biological threats that can make the activation of UFAP in case this becomes a pandemic. And then for OLA, and you mentioned that that having this private, resilient, high-speed communication can be very helpful when we need to coordinate authorities, manufacturers, and logistics in case of an activation. We don't depend on third-party connectivity channels. And finally, with BC2, I think that you have the structures to manage crisis and decision support mechanisms that align well with this activation and preparedness response. So going back to the preparedness chain, I think that all this data needs to be get gotten first, then they needs to be transformed into decisions, and these decisions need to be transformed into actions. So no matter which sector we are in, we all need to take the best decisions, to make the best actions, to have this speed that we were talking about at the beginning of the panel this morning, and without detriment of the quality, and to be more resilient as a continent and as Europe.
Andy, I mean, you mentioned air gapping, but I mean, the collaboration and interoperability is, of course, important, I'm sure, to you as well. Can you reflect a little bit on what sort of cross-sector collaboration you might be looking at?
Yeah, I think cross-sector collaboration is absolutely essential. And, you know, as a technologist, you know, we have one part to play, but you really have to, you know, I think ultimately work with the people that are using the technology, and so and not really kind of like forcing a solution on them. So I think it's vital right at the start that you're trying to understand the problem that you're trying to solve, and working with, you know, the people that are going to be using the tech. So in the case of our project, you know, it's working deeply with the healthcare providers, with the nurses, with the doctors. I'd say that's the most vital part of collaboration that we've seen. Obviously then together with this, you know, public-private partnership concept, I think that's really the building block for success.
And Betty, same question to you. Where is this collaboration? Is it with data sharing? Is it about ensuring proper interoperability? What's your perspective?
Data sharing and interoperability is one thing. I think the collaboration is mostly based on the detection of the problem, the monitoring of the situation, and the management. Because at the end of the day, we have to manage each problem and to give a solution to the European citizens. So in my point of view, it's 3 words: detect, monitor, and manage.
Andy, to come back to you, it was stressed on the last panel that awareness was a problem. I felt a little bit of frustration from some of the speakers in the last panel that there needed to be more awareness of the sort of innovation they were doing. Now, the importance of citizen awareness and engagement and participation is fundamental in ensuring the effectiveness of these vital societal systems that we're talking about. How do you ensure that the results and solutions of your projects are scalable, sustainable, and accessible to all?
Okay.
And that people are aware of them in the first place.
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I think from the project that we've been working on up in Oulu, and hopefully you've had chance, you know, this afternoon to you know, go up to our little booth there and put on the AR, VR glasses. We had a long, steady queue of people that were interested. But that was a consortium in which Boldham Networks was present, but also working with Oulu Hospital, the University of Oulu, and YCOR, together making this key collaboration in Oulu, which is obviously having its time in the midnight sun as the moment, as the European capital of culture this year. But it's also really Finland's tech city. So we decided to build a solution that wasn't in a lab, but in a working hospital, one of its first in Europe. And those 3 points, I think, of sustainability, scalability, and accessibility are key. But before all of that, you need that underlying cooperation and building that trust with the people that you're working with that I alluded to before. It's that human factor, that co-creation that you have with the medical staff that's key. But I would say if we tackle the question in its 3 parts, scalability, first of all, the technology really is quite modular, 5G building blocks, all designed by big standardization bodies. And what that means is that once you've created a solution like we have up in Oulu, with minimal kind of modification, there's no reason at all why that same hospital solution couldn't be deployed in Brussels, in Tallinn, in Budapest. There's no reason at all. And so really one key output from this scalability is creating replicable blueprints, I would say. On the second angle of sustainability, That's super important when you're deploying network technology. So now we're deploying 5G networks. Each generation of technology is usually more efficient and less power hungry than the previous one. Now 5G networks do consume power, that's fair enough, but you know, we deploy shared infrastructure and smaller radios, and so really that shrinks down the carbon footprint within a working hospital. And then together with the AR, VR technology, that makes the hospital more efficient. And we can touch upon that in a minute, but it makes a hospital you know, more effective. And then I think finally the accessibility question, really that's key. It's, I mean, a big wake-up call for me when we were working on this project was realizing that healthcare professionals can spend up to 50% of their time at a desk writing reports, managing reports about patients and so on. And so any technology, any solution that can allow them to be more efficient by pulling up data in real time, either within an operating theatre environment or just when you're walking along the ward meeting patients, really is going to save time. And then the ultimate beneficiary of that, of course, are the patients. So I think scalability, sustainability, accessibility, and then collaboration really is that final glue.
Annette, a similar question to you. I mean, the results of the work that your project is doing, how do you ensure that that is seen by more people, this, you know, this sort of scalability question?
I'd like to touch on the accessibility topic as well, because our materials are all free and open to the public, and they are all in multiple languages. So especially in the Baltic sector, which is very important. And we also work with very different age groups, from kindergarten children to seniors. So there's a lot of, I feel like we're very broad in that area. And I think the main thing, we talked about resilience. I think the societal resilience only works if no group is left out. But when it comes to scalability, I think we rely on digital tools and local partnerships. And this is all to do with social networking. And we have to take into consideration that all digital formats, they don't work in every context. So what we can do is we can create materials, but every culturally or linguistically different area needs to modify those materials to their context. So basically what we do is we build the train tracks, but people themselves have to keep the train moving.
Marta, then, same question as well. How are you ensuring that the outputs of your project are scalable, sustainable, accessible to all? Because this is obviously very key.
Yes, we work together with HaDEA in this case, and we have all these implementation plans and all these preparedness plans that we get audited also, and we present the reports for them to have a vision of how well prepared we are. And then I would say that showcases like this also help us give visibility to the projects like EUFAB, which I think that, and I would say that if I could give an advice or message to HaDEA, is to reinforce that I think that we are better prepared with projects like EUFAB than we were before COVID-19, and that we should strengthen this message to the society.
HERA is, of course, the Health Emergency Preparedness and Response that was set up to really help us plan for possible future pandemics or crises, even as we hope they don't actually happen. Betty, let me come to you with a sort of meaty question. How can the EU funding programmes further enhance the EU's preparedness and societal resilience? And how can they effectively reconcile investing in preparedness with ensuring long-term competitiveness? Because this was something we've spoken about earlier.
Yes, correct. And I will start with by saying that enhanced preparedness because state-of-the-art technologies in space and digital sector is used. I'm speaking for the HaDEA project, and this means that those state-of-the-art technologies are giving a new view, the view of the new space, which is the new space has a dual-use process, and with that, I think we can improve and secure Europe in the security management, fostering strategic autonomy in key sectors, and also boosting citizen awareness. By saying that, of course, we are reducing dependencies, and we try to have less dependency to external actors. Just by using the geospatial intelligence, we combine the strength of space with AI to detect anomalies, and by doing this, we have answers to threats, and we give help to decision makers in order to anticipate crises than rather just the last minute to react on them. So I think with the EU funding, we enhance the continuation of the technologies made in Europe, and this is very, very important because we are living in a world that changes every day, and the technology is giving us a good hand to the next day in order, like that, to be prepared and to give a better life to the European citizens.
Thank you. Marta, let me stay with this idea of long-term competitiveness, because obviously preparedness is central to the work you're doing, but does the competitiveness angle come in?
Well, in our case, for example, having the facilities warm, and warm not because we are in Spain, but because we are training our staff, keeping our facilities working, and all the processes ready to be activated. The competitiveness also comes because all this comes from our usual processes that we have in our facilities. So this gives us competitivity because we work also for our own projects, so we can be with the late trends in productivity, in technologies, in platforms that can be then dedicated to EUFAP or to the activation in case there was a crisis. So I think that this is a good synergy also between the public and the private companies here that can give this competitiveness also to the project and to the European Union.
Andy, same question to you. Where do you see the competitive advantage coming from the outcomes of your project?
Well, I think there are real competitive advantages from working on projects like this, and you know, it's great to work with, you know, institutions and also access this, you know, these funding mechanisms, which we think are vitally important, you know, whether that's part funded or fully funded, because some of the ecosystems that we're working with are so complex. With you know, a number of startups, and we should definitely not view this as a cost within the market. I think this is a real investment when you start to, you know, create these solutions, and you know, with the ability to sort of like transform healthcare. So you know, the fact that these ecosystems that you can work with can develop solutions that are sort of very high up on sort of like technology readiness level, TRL level 8 or 9, means that these solutions then are replicable and can be deployed in live environments. So I'm very supportive.
Well, actually, as a follow-up, I did want you to develop that idea because, you know, the Olo University Hospital, it's showing the potential of 5G to really introduce cutting-edge technology, wearables, and so on. So how replicable, if you like, is that? How is that showing the possibility to transform the healthcare sector in general?
Well, if I look at that project and tie it back to some of the speakers that we've seen this afternoon. I think the previous keynote speaker highlighting the demographic time bomb within Europe and advanced nations, not only from a population perspective, but also just from a healthcare professional perspective. So there's a real sort of like at the macro level, there's a real demographic issue. And what I would say is that whatever can be digitized will be digitized. We're living in a digital age. You only have to look when you pick up your smartphone and type in a word, and all of your photos will come up in the library. Every single piece of information now is digitized. And a speaker this morning referred to sort of data as the new oil. So that data has to be managed carefully, and it has to be managed through extremely secure systems, such as a 5G private network. So I think that's the foundation. And then I was also struck this morning as well on the very first panel. We had a speaker, Maya Matthews, from the Health Tech Unit. And again, that aspiration, even if it's a long-term ambition, about how you can have a patient record, a medical passport, as it were, that you can use as you move around medical entities, either within country or within the region. And I think that, solutions like this will really facilitate that vision over the midterm.
Betty, I have here in front of me, as an opener to the next question, a quote from Andreas Kubilius saying, "Europe must defend space." And we see that space is a little bit coming more to the top of the European bubble agenda. But how can dual use and space technologies be an enabler to enhance preparedness and societal resilience? We can see some practical examples from you talking about it, but overall, where does it fit in the picture of European resilience?
When we speak space, as I think it was also earlier mentioned, we speak for Earth observation, we speak for secure telecommunication, secure communication, and we speak for exact geopositioning. This has the view of a dual use. Kubilius wants Europe to be independent on the side, as I mentioned, to materials, and also on the side to have enough data and not have dependencies to other countries to get kind of information. And this, I think, with the technology running at the moment in Europe and the investments done also from the nations, we can achieve it. Europe has, at the moment, a kind of growth and state-of-the-art on the side of geo satellites for Earth observation and microsatellites and tube small satellites that are coming from universities. This strength can monitor every place in the world in a very good and higher visit. European Union has funded the Irish Square, which is given to Europe an independence, and it will be done very soon on the side of the communication. And of course, on the geopositioning, we are totally independent, even that we have those attacks on the jamming and the spoofing that affects, of course, any kind of operation. We have heard that the effect on some airports close to the borders with Russia, and also we have heard also other circumstances. But the technology and the state-of-the-art that Europe is building on can enhance, and the research and innovation action is a need in order to be at the state-of-the-art also the day after. So I think we have it. We have to invest more on that. we have to be prepared, and we have to have the answer to manage any kind of crisis and have this preparedness for the European citizens 100%.
Marta, now this question came up on the previous panels because the speakers themselves highlighted it, that there is more to getting HaDEA funding than the funding. So what is the additional support that's brought there? What is the extra secret sauce from the funding that HaDEA is giving that helps your project, or that helps your project deliver and increase preparedness and resilience?
I think that the main objective of EUFAP is to be ready in case of an emergency, and that this is something which is vital for the society. So having these funds, as I said, makes us more prepared than we were before the COVID-19 vaccine. So this is essential for having funds, and actually this project was for 4 years and has to be, or can be extended for 2 more years and 2 more years, and from here a vote for this extension, because I think that we are working for being more prepared, and having these facilities in a warm state give us this opportunity. And these funds are used for this. So this is something that Laurent Marshall mentioned this morning, right? That when we had this crisis, there was one biotech German company that had this idea of the vaccine that we all used at the beginning, but we needed to count on an American company in this case. So I think that these funds give us this strategic autonomy that we have been talking all day, and that these funds are really used for that. And I really like the Made in EU logo this morning, that I think that we can use for projects like this.
Annette, again, staying, if you like, with this idea of additional benefits, what are the practical benefits that you've experienced from collaborating with European partners during the implementation of your project? Where has been the, I like the phrase, the secret sauce? Where's the magic ingredient?
Well, I'd like to first start with the thought that this information rarely stops at national borders. So in the case of the Baltic countries, the same narratives often appear in Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania almost simultaneously, just slightly adapted to the local audiences. And we have just I think the best example would be the Istanbul Convention at the end of 25, where Latvia withdrew from it, and the same narratives started to spread in Estonia almost a few days later. But working together allows us to detect these patterns faster and understand how they travel across the platforms, sort of like the early warning system. And as we talked about at the panels before, about working in silos. So collaboration is very crucial to avoid working in silos. And each country has its own expertise and can bring very many special things into each project. And we just need to learn how to work together. And the most important thing not to do is to invent the wheel 3 times. And we should actually just compare approaches, test what actually works, and learn from each other's mistakes and successes. And I think a very concrete example would be our collaborative Baltic policy monitoring framework, where rather than each country separately monitoring how platforms comply with the Digital Services Act, we developed a shared methodology that translates EU-level standards into a regional context. So this reduces duplication, which would just waste more time.
Well, I like the idea of the streamlining. Everyone wants to work smarter, not harder. So that's something to take away. And speaking of takeaways, I see we only have a few minutes left, only 5 minutes left. So perhaps if I could get a key takeaway or a final thought from each of you. Betty, I'll let you start.
I think such events like the one that HaDEA have organized today is an enabler for the next steps. And I think that put us one next to the other in new collaborations and new ideas that enhance the European environment and also gives a more competitive environment to the European researchers, to the European companies, to better stand in the international era.
Thank you. Andy, what's your key takeaway or your final thought that you'd like to leave people with?
My final thought, and I will be very brief because I know it's cocktail hour shortly, is again, going back to that word collaboration, but working in a really strong consortium within these frameworks is essential. Working with local players, such as YCOR that developed the AR VR, and the university and the hospital is absolutely essential, I think, to success. We've done it on one floor of that hospital, finite project of just over a year, but we'd love to see that grow as we start to, do some more real patient use cases.
And Ed?
I just have one short sentence that I just came up with today. And without the funding, the collaboration would be fairly segmented. And I think it's fairly obvious how things described as fragmented have worked out.
Yes, thank you. Marta?
And from my side, saying that funds like this help private companies like IPRA to align the industrial capabilities with EU public health initiatives. And I think that this makes us more resilient in terms of both at EU and national levels. So thanks for giving the opportunity to share projects like this and to get to know more other projects in other sectors that I'm not familiar with.
Thank you all very much. Very succinct closing remarks there, but I think as you say, it's the end of the day. We've had a lot of talk getting to this point, so thank you all for your great attention during the course of the three panels, because we had some repetition, which I think is a good thing in that it serves to underline where the commonalities are. But also I'm seeing here things like look ahead for early warnings, build societal resilience when it comes to disinformation, and being prepared. Certainly there are certain commonalities, but then we also see the potential for driving forward competitiveness, and things like the 5G in hospitals can set a test case that others can carry forward. So thank you all very much indeed. Can we have a round of applause, please, for our speakers? Now, I will let the speakers go because we're going to have some closing remarks, and we will get you together for a closing photograph after we finish up. Marina, okay, yes, Marina, please join us, yes. Stay. No. Yes. Come and join me for a picture. Yes, once again. Yes, of course, Marina Zanchi from HaDEA, director, is going to tell us her final thoughts. Few remarks.
I will do both.
Let's do the picture first and then do the remarks.
As you wish.
Yes, because then we will let our speaker do the picture first. Picture.
So everybody's looking at us.
Yes. Thank you. And we will let our panelists go and leave the floor to Marina to close out the day. You're already there. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So I promise really few words because we are all tired but very happy, I hope, of this event. So today, this event has been instrumental to, once again, highlight the importance of communication and sharing knowledge. It's never enough. So we have so many high-quality projects contributing to boost, and we have said the entire day, to boost competitiveness and to enhance preparedness. They really deserve to be known, and it's never enough. I hope that you had the time, like I had during the different breaks, to visit the stands and to learn more about a few of them. But we have many, many others, so you can always go to our website to even know more. Now, only a few words. As I said at the beginning, I insist I'm a very big fan of synergies, and I'm very happy that today, in each panel discussions, we have created bridges between projects that, at the first glance, then very little to share, because we are talking about 4 different programs at the end. But the bridges exist, and they came out quite naturally from the discussions on today, and which demonstrate once again that should projects coordinate, but in general, must be a stronger coordination between the projects funded under the European different programs managed by HaDEA. And today, we demonstrated once again that cooperation is really possible, regardless the specific angle from which we address complex matters. Now, I conclude, I promise, but before concluding, I would like to say a few words to express my gratitude to all the key people that made this event possible. And I start with Jennifer. Many thanks, Jennifer, for being such an attentive master of ceremony and for having summarized the takeaway and conducting so well all the panels. A real big thanks to all the speakers, including my colleagues, of course, from the different services of the European Commission. And a special thanks for the testimonials. The storytelling approach you embraced on how you work in contributing to competitiveness and preparedness was really an added value. I look in that direction because you are sitting all there, or the project showcase event. And many, many thanks to all of you, to all the participants, both in the room and also connected. And we all know that you are not only spectators of this event, but you really play a key role. And you play this key role every day in your great work that you are doing outside. I really hope you enjoyed this event, like I did, as much as I did. And kindly ask you to not hesitate to send us your feedback. It's very important for HaDEA to have your feedback in order to improve and in order to have more events of this kind. And a final big thanks to my dear colleagues in HaDEA who worked very hard, and sorry for that, in a synergetic manner across all the different departments, units, and sectors of the agency. Really well done. Goodbye, everybody, and once again, many, many thanks. Grazie mille to all of you.